Today, building some Legion Imperialis Thunderbolt fighters and waiting to see who may or may not show up. To that effect, I should probably open chat and put the link down, and we'll see. Who shows up. It could be a bear, it could be a shadow, it could be anything. I mean, really. I played our first game of Hyperborea last night. What's up, RPG Dad? How you doing? And I'm going to call it a success. Definitely a success. Everyone seemed to have fun. The only real issue with it was that while all the players understood the rule system, like basically because it's so similar to other games we've played, obviously, right? A lot of them did not take enough attention to look at their class abilities. So there were a couple combats where it got really touchy. Like during one combat, the fight that we did, hey, what's up, Daniel? We did the module Rats in the Wall because I thought that would be a great starting kind of. They're in the city, and they can immediately jump into some stuff, right? And I played Hungar's cleric character because I kind of knew without at least a cleric, something, that it was going to be a party wipe. And you know what? Sometimes it gets so tiring being right all the time. Yeah, if the cleric hadn't been there with his couple of spells and his turn ability, it would have been a total party wipe. So they okay. I don't think I'm going to say exactly what all they did. I think I'll just explain the adventure a little bit as far as what I think about it, because I can kind of do a review on this adventure now since I've ran it. And my opinion is Rats in the Wall is a really good starting adventure. Really good. And you could probably very easily port it to any setting, whether it's a homebrew setting, whatever. You could easily change a couple of names around, and it could be in Waterdeep instead of Cremorium. It could be, just like that. Just what I'm saying. It could be whatever you want it to be. And I thought, okay, that's cool. The actual adventure, there is a lot of combat. So that'll keep your, combat obsessed players, your murder hobos, whatever, they'll be happy. Because, I mean, they're fighting this and that nonstop. But it's not all combat. There's lots of opportunities in this module for role playing and trying to make contacts and all that sort of thing. Oh, is today Sunday? I thought today was Monday. Oh, it's because we moved game night from Sunday to Saturday, and this is the day after we played the game. So duh. That's what happens when you're a creature of habit, as I am. So unfortunately, my brother-in-law couldn't play because he can't play on Saturdays for like another couple months. He's got work stuff or something, but then after that he will be able to play. And unfortunately, Hungar is got the flu, so he's having to deal with that. I played his Hyperborean character as like not unfriendly, but somewhat above it all. Like like yeah, these people, if we can even call them such. Like at some point he's going to whip out a pair of calipers and start measuring heads or something. I don't know. But the game system, I had no doubt would be really good because it's basically just a cleaned up AD&D with a couple of extra little tidbits there and with all the classes kind of changed around. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, anyone who decides that they want to run a game of Hyperborea, right? The first thing they should probably do is sit down with the players a little bit and explain to them their class abilities. Because, we had an instant where one of the people playing the game, my wife actually, she's playing a berserker. And she didn't even know she didn't, I mean, she read her character sheet, but she didn't actually think about the character abilities. So in the end, when they went up against the main bad guy, I'm not going to spoil it, but it's a tough fight for a group of first level characters. She just never thought to berserk, right? And I eventually stepped in as the benevolent husband and DM. And I said, your character can berserk. And when you berserk, you get like all this stuff here, right? And she's like, okay. So then she went on a berserk spree. And by that time, I would say a third of the party was already down on the ground, unconscious, bleeding out. All hell was breaking out. They were being outnumbered and fighting a big boss that had more hit points. And I mean, so everything was going really bad right there for a minute. But then she started berserking. And of course, in this game, when a berserker goes into their berserk rage, they get bonuses to hit and bonuses to damage and extra attacks and like all kinds of shit, right? So then she pretty much just kind of almost single-handedly cleaved through the main bad guy. She just rolled in and was like, all right, I'm just going to go ahead and kill this guy here. And that's kind of what she did. And that was cool. And then yeah, no, that's just kind of what happened. And like I said, it was really just a matter of a lot of the players not understanding their own character abilities, right? So the next time we play, I suspect it will be a little bit better because I'm pretty sure that all of the players are going to be like, all right, hold on now. What can we do here? In other news, though, having to do with this, both of the thief characters leveled up, as did the cleric. And yeah, that's right. They got enough XP from this adventure that they leveled up. Now, I didn't expect that Then again, though, we played for a good. I mean, once we sat down and started playing the game, we played for 5 hours, and that's with very few breaks and just freaking running it, right? So we played for a good 5 hours, and the two thief class guys, the scout and the assassin, leveled as well as the cleric, who isn't a subtype cleric. He's just a straight up cleric of the Sagawa. So yeah, so that's kind of that's mostly what happened. I was admittedly pretty impressed with the whole thing, you know. I was like, damn, this game actually runs really well. So yeah, I was admittedly very happy with everything as far as you know. Um, and I hope the players were too, because you know a number of times I've wanted to run a game and then like the players rebel and they're like, no, we don't want to play this game, and then I'm all like, I hate you. Not really, but um so yeah. The one character that kind of I wasn't super impressed with the class. The player did good. Is the guy who was playing the Crown Answer. Just, but you know what? That is the problem when you have a level one wizard, even with the high intelligence and the high um, extra spell casting and all that. At the end of the day, it's a wizard. And if he ain't got anything, then you're just like kind of sitting there watching him, throw darts or whatever the hell he is doing. I mean, he does have a really cool spell like frozen ice missile or whatever, but it does require a hit roll. And man, this guy, some people, I game with people that a lot of them have the worst luck of all time. And yeah, this guy was one of them. He could not hit anything to save his life, or anyone else's life. So in a couple of battles, he ended up just hanging back and holding the freaking lantern, because his character's got a bullseye lantern, and that's basically what he did. He held back and held the lantern, and the other players, he was kind of like, man, this kind of sucks. I'm just sitting here holding a lantern. But the other players were like super grateful for it. They were like, no, man, you're really helping out, because if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to see anything in here and we would be toast. So everybody was working together really hard to try and make sure that uh, everybody was going to be a part of the group and such. So yeah, I mean, now the memes that I've seen on the on my webpage, they have been really good. Like um it's like Dorothy got swept away to what land, and they all the like Oz, uh, wherever, and I'm all like Hyperborea, and Regis is all like, "Is that your final answer? Hey, can we load crossbows between rounds too?" finishing up report cards. Uh, um, I didn't know you're a teacher, but that is a very respectable job, and one that I would never want. Can you load crossbows between rounds? Yeah, it wasn't like that. Of course, they can load crossbows. It was more like they just didn't really read their own class abilities as much as maybe they should have. And that caused the issue, really, you know. Um, but even so,
Hey,
they got through it, you know. So,
I heard you talking about a guy who had very bad luck in your game, and I had to say, I heard something similar like that from another guy.
yeah, you.
No, not me. It was another guy's story where he talked about one of his friends not being able to hit anything
Oh,
for
this
like
guy, the guy who
for
was
like
playing
2 months.
Chiromancer, I think he hit like one thing the whole game.
I've heard a story where a guy didn't roll a successful hit in two
Yeah.
months.
But you're right. The mage could load crossbows. He could do a lot of things. But the thing is with this game is mages are more than just the spells they have. You know, they have actual abilities that they can do, and that are sometimes related to the type of mage they are. So, cryomancers are obviously, you know, ice mages. So he can like summon a icicle that glows like a torch and can be used as a melee weapon like once, but still. Um, and he's got a lot other abilities, you know, like he's susceptible to fire, but he's practically immune to cold. And I mean, you know, and every class has all these kinds of different little fun things, right? But
So you're telling me if I really wanted to, I could play a mage where I can summon icicles to break over the heads of people.
well, they're not that big. You would stab them.
Stab them. Ah, okay.
But hey, baby, the well, you I don't know why. I mean, Sunday. Mm, the wife just rolled in. Okay. I'll get them both out of the car for you in a little while. You give me a minute. Oh, thanks. Look how happy he is. He loves those treats. He's like, those are my favorite treats, Mama. They are. Um, both, I think. Yeah, so it was kind of like that, you know. And so, yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. Yes. Well, I mean, it's not going to be like within the next minute. So put the gate of the car down, or else, or else, or else what? I don't know. Um, so yeah, just guy could not hit anything for to save his own life. It was like no matter what, even when he switched out dice, he still couldn't hit anything.
That's always sad. You just think that you could just hit something, but nope.
It's just like, yeah, you're just that's your luck. Actually, I don't think in the whole time I've ever played role playing games with this group of people, I'd ever seen so many horrible rolls. And there were just a ton of horrible rolls. It was just
It
like
happens
one bad
sometimes.
roll after the other.
I've seen it.
You know, like I don't know what you guys did, but you know,
Angered. They angered RNGesus.
yeah, they did something. It's like you guys need to get right with God or something because uh, your characters are all going to die. Like I said, it got pretty iffy when three of them were literally on the ground bleeding out. And the mage, luckily, in addition to not ever hitting anything, though, he did manage to run around and bandage wounds.
Always
And
useful.
then, one of the monsters jumped in, but it missed. And then before the next round came by, where it would have got another attack, the cleric ran up and just smacked the shit out of it. So, because the cleric in the group is kind of well, like I was saying to you, I think the last time we were talking, clerics in this game are kind of badasses, you know?
They usually are in most games, actually.
Yeah, it's like they can wear all the armor. They can use like tons of different weapons, not just blunt. Literally, like this cleric can use spears and broadswords and
My current cleric is just really, really good right now.
right. And so
I can fly. I can take a ton of. I can have things attack me and not get hit once.
he had the second highest hit points in the group.
I have pretty good a good amount of hit points too.
So yeah, they
Well, actually, no. My hit points are kind of on the lower end. Actually, I forgot about that.
well, now that he leveled up, his hit points are 13. And for a second level cleric, that's
That's
not
pretty
bad.
good.
Which happens to be the exact same as the level 1 berserker. Hey, long shot, how you doing, bro? So, but the berserker runs on die 12 HP and also had con bonus and everything. So, the berserker is actually, but I'm just talking about last night's game of Hyperborea. Of course, now, one thing too is that because this is pretty much an AD&D game, classes don't all level at the same time. There's no unified leveling. And so at the end of the game, the mage and the berserker were still level 1, but the thief subclasses and the cleric were level 2. And that's cool. That's cool. And of course, the berserker didn't freak out and try and kill her own friends. That's always good.
Yeah.
And yeah, so yeah, it was pretty fun. And then we'll see what we get into next, whether I want to go to the Lania's Heart adventure, which is like another adventure set in the I ended up, because it was kind of the lazy me, I just ended up running the Rats in the Walls adventure. And I will probably run the other 3 adventures in that book, because it comes with 3 adventures in the one book.
Oh, Longshot's working on his Hyperborea game.
That's what he said. And so that'll keep the players exploring Camarium for a while, which is what I want. I kind of want the players to, investigate this gigantic kind of ancient ruin, sort of, but not completely city, and get involved with, whatever's going on, get thrown into the mix and kicked out of bars. Anyway. Cowboy. Yeah, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And then if everything goes to plan, I'm going to run the Port Greeley adventure. Port Greeley is a port just down the way from Comerium. And they used to provide lots of lobster and fish to Comerium, but recently they've cut off all trade and everything. And the fishers, the guilds in charge of that sort of thing, have sent people there to find out what in hell's going on, and they haven't came back. So now they're talking about hiring actual, warriors to go
Adventurers.
find out what in hell's going on at Port Greeley, right? And that'll be a good, I think it's like 4 to 6. So that'll be a good next step for them, I think, And yeah. So yeah, long shot, I can tell you that the game system works great. The game system is very easy. The issues I had, which is what I was talking with Leth about, was that a lot of the players didn't really study their class abilities maybe as much as they should have, which meant they weren't 100% sure of everything they could do. And in this game, man, when you're in the middle of a combat and stuff, you kind of want to know what the hell you can do. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, let's let's handle this business here with our special abilities, Like the assassin never assassinated anyone. The scout actually did scout stuff, though. He ran around looking for secret doors and ended up fighting a monster completely solo because he was out scouting, and he won. So that was good. He could have lost. That was sucked. But yeah, like basically none of my players really were using their abilities, and they'll learn though. What's up, Georgia? George,
Did I freeze up or?
just talk.
Oh, okay, there it goes. Nope. Nope. That's weird. Hopefully that's I don't know.
Played if we were playing.
Oh, there you go. Nope.
You okay?
Oh, there. Yeah, apparently I don't know what was happening. No. It keeps freezing for some reason. Is it on my end or is my computer just?
It's not.
Yeah. Yep. Dang it. Come on. Yep. Now I'm the host, I guess. This happens, I guess, a bit.
Oh,
there, he's back.
there we are. So yeah, they basically, my players were playing the game the way they would normally play a game like OSC, whatever,
AD&D.
Yeah, and not realizing that just because you're playing a thief doesn't mean necessarily that all you can do is thief stuff. I mean, like one thing that Hyperborea does, and I've talked about this multiple times. Yeah, either my internet, my computer, something is not good. We got one.
Hey, Bear.
Dave? Did you just call me Dave?
No.
I sort of got
I
a.
said, "Hey, Bear."
I heard, "Hey, Dave." I'm like, okay, well, my name is Dave now. I am Dave. How are you? It is good to be the Dave. Anyway, James, you were talking about your players being crazy people.
Yeah, when he isn't
Oh, he's
freezing up.
frozen. Yeah, okay.
That's been happening
Star
a
Wars
lot.
last night. I know I watched some of it. Yeah. I even thought maybe.
I often think make.
But no good luck. Now it's not
Oh,
even
this
saying
is
that.
fun.
Well, I mean, nothing can ever be perfect. Cowboy. Cowboy. I can
Right,
smell a pig from a mile away. You guys,
calm down.
okay, good. We're back. Uh, yeah, a big difference in the game is that, like, if you're used to playing clerics in other versions of D&D and you're thinking, okay, I'm going to have a mace and a shield or whatever, and then you make a cleric in this game and you can use like a long bow and a spear and a broadsword and like all kinds of shit. And that's kind of a big difference, I think. Is it still acting up? I can't tell.
No, you're good.
No,
You're good.
you're good right now.
The bear, how you doing?
I'm just ducky.
Yep. I actually watched some of the Star Wars game last night.
Oh, on Shadow's channel?
Yep, I did.
How'd that go?
Looked like everybody was having fun, actually.
Good.
Looked like everybody was having fun. I didn't watch it live. I watched it after the fact because my game ran on till, late.
Yeah.
But the first scenario in the Rats in the Walls adventure book, they finished it. So
In Star Wars?
no, in my Hyperborean game.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, they have
In the walls?
Yes, they have a adventure called The Rats in the Walls.
No, I get that for Hyperborea. I was like for fucking Star Wars. I'm
That
like,
would be weird in Star Wars, wouldn't it? Like,
what the fuck is going on in Star Wars? Like, Jesus
It
Christ.
wouldn't be rats in the walls; it'd be Ewoks in the walls.
It'd be Minox in the walls, and that's the important Star Wars distinction, sir.
there you go. Minox are in the walls of your freighter. You can't sleep because you can hear them scrouching around in there, like doing shit.
But there are no Minox. It's space madness.
Yeah. Ooh, the red button. So
the shiny candy like red button.
Yeah, it looks like candy. Yeah.
I wonder what it does. I guess we'll never know because you're going to guard it.
That was good. Minox and the bulkhead. Yeah, this, of course, they used the name of one of the very popular H.P. Lovecraft stories.
Probably one of the
and
best,
it kind of works a little bit that way, but not. And because I don't want to spoil too much about it in case someone else runs it, but it's actually a really good adventure. Kind of creepy, there's some creepy shit going on, and kind of tragic. And so the adventurers at the end of everything managed to handle business, but that's just another day in Comorium. Just another day. Life in the big city. So, yeah. They're super happy because they got money now. because they didn't have any. And they're like, oh,
Hey, James,
what?
do you know what the most deadly animal is in Star Wars?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a Sith.
Nope.
If you say Ewok, I swear to God.
No, it's Tauntauns.
Shut up.
At least according to Fantasy Flight Games, because they made those things busted.
Busted ass towns.
Yeah. You know, because you did what you did, and it allows me an opportunity to do what I want to do. Tauntauns exist in Hyperborea,
Neat.
but they're called leaping camels. And the artwork of them in the book looks just like a freaking tauntaun. And apparently,
Fair enough,
certain
yes.
tribes ride them, like in the far, central plateaus of Lang and stuff like that. Some tribes of the Eskimos, some tribes of the Finns, etc. So, yeah, there's tauntauns in Hyperborea, which, as we all know, according to Cold Iron Stove, is the answer to every question. Hyperborea. Like I would pull like a damn, what's the name of Peter Griffin's wife? Lois. If I ever ran for political office, I'd just get on stage and say Hyperborea. And then the crowd would go wild and be like, yeah, this guy gets us. Hyperborea.
Oddly, they wouldn't probably. They probably wouldn't go, yeah, at all. They'd go, what the fuck is this guy on about?
Yeah, okay. So that's probably what would happen, but a guy can dream.
You can dream, but you're going to wind up being like, the rent is too damn high meme. You're just going to be like, they'll just be like, someone will play some shit where it's like, what we're asking the people of America to do is to consider the things that are important. And they'd cut to the shot of you going, Hyperborea.
You're right.
Like, oh, wow, this is so cool.
It could bring peace to the world if everybody would just chill out and play Hyperborea.
I don't think so. I don't.
No, I mean, Tauntaun Wonton. That'd probably be good.
Oh, by the way, you have a user on your Discord named Mana Muffin who's trying to scam people into taking art contracts with them. It's a common thing they do on Discord. You might want to block them.
Mana Muffin?
Or something. Yeah, Mana Muffin. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, these guys. Yeah, I've been having to like get rid of like a lot of people lately because they're like, I don't know who they are. They're like friends of one other person. Their things were created like a week ago or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, Mana Muffin, there he is. Yeah. Let's see what Mana Muffin said. He sent me a message.
Better type, hey there, hi there, something like that. And then if you respond, they're going to tell you they're a student who needs art contracts and would really like to help you with your project.
Well, so I hit the X next to his name. Does that mean he got removed?
That just means you right click. You have to right click and block them or report them as spam.
Bah! Okay.
Yeah. It's like you're on
there's a couple guys that had shown up over time and done that. Like one of them, though, because I didn't know what to do about it, I just started spamming like all of the worst gifts at him. And eventually he went away.
Okay.
Like one of them at one point, and some people might think this might sound racist, I wrote, go away, I'm not interested. And then I translated it to Indian, Russian, and Chinese. And I posted all of them. And he went away.
He went away. He did not return. It was lovely.
Because, if you're online and somebody's trying to scam you, the majority of the time, those are the three suspects. You know, it's some guy from somewhere in India. It's a Russian trying to hack you and steal all your shit, or it's a Chinese guy trying to hack you and steal all your shit.
What happened to all the
Azerbaijuki.
Nigerians doing it?
I miss the Nigerians.
Yeah, the Nigerians at least were like, I am a prince and I'm willing to make all of your dreams come true. I mean, so they were offering something, you know. These guys just show up with their sob story, you know, like you said, you know, I'm a student, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't care. Go away. Like, I guess I should admire their hustle, you know.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to start writing back. I'm just a freshman at a small Midwestern university. I never believed those letters in your magazine were true until I had an experience I just had to share with you. I don't consider myself well endowed, but at 8 inches.
Right? Being like, did you know if you mix baby soda and or baking soda and salt, you could learn this method that will give you a huge wang? Now, how do I know this? Because it's on YouTube all the time. I don't know if somebody went on YouTube and was like, Jimmy McKee has a small wang. And then like all the algorithms were like, all right, let's start targeting this guy with Hims commercials and shit like that.
It just went with, you have an Irish last name.
That's what it is.
70 to 90% chance your dick is tiny. Let's put that out there.
Yeah, they're like, this guy's Irish. You know what that means.
Now we know why you're so angry all the time.
Sign him up for all the Hims commercials he can handle. There's only one good thing, though, I can say. There is a positive thing about the Hims commercials. Usually when they come on, you can immediately skip them. It's like they don't force you to sit there and watch the whole thing. And, you know, I like that. That's nice of them. But still, I'm like, damn, you guys are starting to really mess with my self-esteem and shit. You know, it's like my whole life, I've never really thought about this. And now all of a sudden, it's like every time I turn on YouTube, I got to hear about some slutty ass looking woman talking about how much she loves it when he uses Hims. Or some really muscular, like 25-year-old black dude, and his girlfriend's telling him, don't worry about it, baby. You don't have to go downtown to get this stuff. They'll send it to you now. And I'm sitting here thinking, why is this super healthy, handsome, 25-year-old man got problems? You know, it's like,
his wife's
of course, I immediately think maybe he's gay.
I think his wife's an emasculating cunt who's destroyed his fucking self-confidence.
Well, the fact that, the fact that she'd even approach him like that.
Yeah, that's fucking harsh, lady.
Like, hey, you know how you can't get an erection and stuff? Well, don't worry about it because we can have that stuff sent here. Be like, yeah, no thanks. I mean, you just killed my spirit on the inside, you know?
A little bit of me just died inside, honey.
Yeah, like you didn't see it, but it happened. You know,
I literally lost 8 ounces as my soul left my body.
And my soul left my body because of this. And it's like, oh my God. My wife and I hate it. The other commercial I super hate, though, this is the commercial I hate more than any other commercial right now, is the Jim Daly commercial, or John Daly, or whoever the Daly guy is.
No idea. I don't watch TV, but I'll
Rip It guy.
Nope, no idea who that is. But anyway,
like, okay, apparently he was a golfer or something. Now he's a fat old dude with white hair, and there's these guys sitting down, and they're like, so this is the daily thing. And he stops. He's like, did you say my name? And they're like, oh, no, we're talking about this gambling thing, right? And then he like, oh, okay. And he takes off and they're like, yeah, so this new day. And he stops again. He's like, I could have swore I heard my name. And he's getting like mad about it. And I'm watching the commercial. I just turned to my wife and said, I swear to God, if I was one of those dudes, I would kick that fucker's golf cart right into the pool. I'd just run out and push him right in the pool and be like, get the fuck. I mean,
just take him the fuck out.
Just like, what is your problem, old man? What are you going? It's like, you know, that commercial brought the violence out in me. I was like sitting here thinking, I'd ask the old dude, well, what the fuck are you going to do about it if I am saying your name? I mean, and I've spent a lot of my life trying to become a better human being, but that commercial literally
Clearly,
enrages me.
clearly undid you as a human.
It made me want to be a monster. I was just like, you know, and I make it a point not to go around beating up old men. Even though I'm 50, that dude's like way older than 50, right? But still, that commercial just made me be like, I don't know who this guy is. I've never heard of him before, but for some reason, I really hate him. Well, I know the reason, because those fucking commercials. You got to grip it and rip it. I say you grip it and rip it. It's like, what? Shut up. You know? Shut the fuck up.
No, I've never seen the commercial, but now I feel like I have. So thanks for that.
Yeah, it's just some old guy that used to be a golf player or something being a dick or something. I don't know what is. I don't even understand. But it's part of this new problem we have where basically gambling is everywhere. You can do it online, on your phone, in a public bathroom, fucking everywhere. It's like everywhere you go, there's someone trying to get you to win a thing, and we'll give you $50 whole to start with. And it's like, yeah, they're doing that just like the same way a crackhead will give you that first dose for free.
Yeah.
Because they're hoping that you'll get addicted and blow through all your freaking money and then, you know, end up living in a gutter and giving hand jobs for like enough money to buy food or something. And you know, it's terrible, man. It's terrible. Now, I'm not saying they should stop it. I'm just saying I disagree with it entirely. And yeah, so trust hymns. Yeah, you'll grow your hair back, travel back in time, erase all of your high school. I mean, that the way those commercials go, yeah, it's like if you take hymns, you'll get all your testosterone back. You'll grow hair. You'll get a 12.5-inch penis.
What?
Yeah.
Hair? Tell me more about this hair of which you speak.
That is one of the things they promise. Is that you take
like
one of their medications, you'll get hair. Like
it'll
all
be
over,
on my
man.
head.
Your head, your back, just wherever you want it, you'll have it. Hair everywhere. And a giant wang. And your girlfriend will be super happy, according to the girls on the commercial, because not only will you have a giant wang, but you'll be able to go for hours. So you can really knock the bottom out of that shit. If you take him, so. If you don't, then you're a loser. At least that's what I gleaned from being forced to watch parts of that commercial over and over again.
Mm-hmm, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
the
don't
good
know
news
what to
say
is,
about all this.
The good news is this too, Bear. They send
What's
it
that?
to you in unmarked packaging.
Really?
So your neighbors won't even know that you're ordering
Ooh.
hard-on pills.
That's awesome.
Which may or may not work, as far as I know.
Well, only one way to find out, I guess.
No, I don't think I'd be popular around here if I did that.
Oh, that's not what I was talking about. Jeez, you went somewhere dark. I was going to just say Google it and find out. Someone out there will give you the skinny on it. Boy,
No,
you were just like, honey, my package arrived. We're doing some science tonight.
Yeah, it was more like after about 20 minutes, she's going to just start punching me and telling me to go build mom.
Get off.
What's
that line? What's that? It's in Clue, in the movie Clue, when Christopher Lloyd's like, well, the body was like this, and he gets on top of Madeline Kahn, and he lifts her legs, she just goes, get off me.
Madeline Kahn. I loved Madeline Kahn in all those.
She was so funny. I hated her so much. It was like flames at the side of my head. It's just like, fuck, she was funny.
Now, I think, I don't know if I'm correct, and I know you will correct me. Was Madeline Kahn the one that played the woman that ended up married to Frankenstein
I believe so. Yes,
in Young Frankenstein?
I believe so, but I've never seen Young Frankenstein, so I can't tell you.
Oh my God, she was so good.
This is why I don't watch it, because everybody tells me how great it is, and I go, ugh. I'm such a fucking contrarian.
You are the most hipstery contrarian of all time.
Yes,
Look,
that's all there is to it.
Friends tell you that a movie is good. That is not an invitation for you to decide you're never watching it out of spite.
No, but they wouldn't shut. Okay, so there's 3 things that people will not shut the fuck up about that leaves me getting contrarian about. 1, Young Frankenstein. 2, Breaking Bad.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's pretty good.
3, Warhammer 40K.
Dude, you haven't even got me. You haven't even got me going on Blazing Saddles yet.
Oh, I love Blazing Saddles, but I've already seen Blazing Saddles. Therefore,
so okay.
So instead of hating it, you'll just say how much you love it with everybody else.
I'm sorry, say again, please.
Look, I'm sorry that whatever happened to you made you.
James, James, let me hear what fucking Lethel said. He doesn't talk very often. What'd you say to me?
You just that instead of hating it, you'll just talk about how much you love it now.
Well, I'll just share in the experience that I've had of, it was really fun. It made me laugh, and it's a good thing that makes me happy. You know, I have a very fucking limited patience for hype. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of fair. There's
been
some things
burned
like
too many fucking times.
All right. So you definitely don't want the hymns because there's a good
The Hangover.
Hype.
So The Hangover, right? Remember that movie?
Yeah.
Everybody and their fucking grandmother told me how funny that fucking movie was. So I'm like, great. I rolled the joint, threw the movie in, smoked the joint, watched the movie, and I laughed exactly once during the film. When
Honestly,
little Ken Jeong popped out of the fucking when they open up the fucking what's it called?
Yeah,
the
you try to fuck on
trunk.
me.
Yeah, like that was funny. The rest of the movie was fucking annoying, full of annoying people doing annoying things, being annoying to each other.
But that Korean dude was hilarious in Community too.
Ken Jeong's the fucking bomb.
Captain or Professor Yang or whatever it was.
No. Senor Chang.
Senor. Yeah,
Senor Chang.
Spanish.
Senor Chang. And later he has Changnesia. And he can't remember who he is and thinks his name is Kevin.
Yeah. Well, we know he likes playing drow wizards in AD&D.
Yeah. Magic user, baby.
Yeah. Like that was a good episode. And in the end, after Chevy Chase does all the shit and they're all worried about the big kid killing himself, and the kid's like, that was the best game I've ever played.
Fuck off, fatty. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Chevy Chase, he's like, I'm going to use a magic spell. Polymorph other. All right, make a save, and he failed it. And he's like, okay, what are you going to polymorph him into? Chevy Chase is just like,
fat. I like when he goes, I wanted Dungeons and Dragons, and it was advanced.
Yeah. Oh, man. That guy. He was good, too, in that.
It was a really good show. Sad to hear all the backstage politics that went on, but it was a good show.
Yeah, I always kept waiting for the Arabic guy and the black dude to like start making out or something.
Jesus Christ!
Like they were like, come on, man. The Arabic guy made a character for the black guy, and his name was like, I don't know, something the well endowed.
Yes.
Gay.
You know what I mean? It's
gay.
Like, yeah. That was Senor Chang. You know, like somebody said something, and he's just like, gay.
They call me El Tigre, which means the tiger. I like when Betty White was on as their anthropology teacher, who like just likes to hunt and kill people.
Yeah. I mean, that does kind of sound like the community college in my area too, though. You know.
Oh well.
Yeah. That was stupid, but maybe we're getting over the stupid ages. To quote Tila,
Tila Tequila?
no, Captain Tila from Planetary Express.
Leela.
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 Sorry, duh. Okay. Anyway, maybe we're starting to get over the stupid ages and people can start having a sense of humor about shit.
Ow! You fucking cat.
That was obviously not in any way blackface. And the fact that the black lady kept saying it was a hate crime. That was the joke. Is that she didn't know enough to know that no, that's not a hate crime.
Anybody gonna talk about
And
this
the
hate crime?
Chinese guy dressed up like a drow elf. But whatever.
Magic user, baby.
Yeah. Magic user, baby. Yeah, I love that shit. That guy's so good. He's pretty much good
Uh-oh.
at everything.
Hey,
he
bitches.
does.
Uh-oh.
Hey, bitches, what's up?
Hey,
You tell us,
bitches.
chicken fucker.
Suspended chicken fucker.
Allegedly.
That's true. Alleged. Alleged.
Alleged.
I need to rewatch the original or the second Addams Family, where it's like, oh, you're such a lady killer. Alleged. No, acquitted. Acquitted.
Now I know Bear does not care for Letterkenny. But there are
Add that
parts
to the
of
list of
Letterkenny
shit I'm
that
never
are
watching.
hilarious. And one of them is the allegedly, where you've got the ginger in the boots and everybody's sitting around drinking and trying to figure out how the ginger in the boots could have had sex with an ostrich. They're like, and they're having like this deep conversation, like, ooh, it took way more than two people, right? Ostriches are pretty big and strong. And then someone else is like, what if the ostrich was sick? They're like, oh man, they're just trying to figure it out. And then they go to the big brawl, and no one wants to fight with Ginger or the boots because they might have fucking. So, I mean, that's just fun. That's just fun stuff. I think Bear would be super proud of it. I'm pretty sure everyone in it's Canadian. It's like a great Canadian TV show, really. I mean, it's not red green, but it's pretty damn good.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen Red Green. That's just his name I keep getting.
If you see it, you'll know.
It's good.
Is it the guy who's like, where's the the wool hat? He's like in a
Yes.
sawmill or something.
Yes.
Okay,
He's
yeah.
out of the Possum Lodge, and
Oh, okay.
he gives you
okay.
great advice to live by, such as keep stick on the ice, and if they can't find you handsome, better find you handy. Oh, and also, if it was meant to move and it doesn't, WD-40, and if it does move and it shouldn't, duct tape.
Duct tape. Yeah.
I worked at a place where they had a garage and they had a big flowchart poster of that. Does it move? Should it move?
Yeah. I mean,
Also, the
no,
Evo
it's a
problem
good
solving
one.
chart.
It's a good show that I have, believe it or not, Justin to thank for. Because when we used to play on my Conan server together, Justin was like, have you ever seen Red Green? And I'm like, I have no idea what that is. He said, look it up. And I looked it up and started watching it. And I was like, oh my God, this is so funny and wholesome at the same time. It's like, I don't even know what to do. You know?
Speaking of bizarrely funny Canadians, do any of you guys, it's like he does my brother is a huge fan of this channel. I watched it a couple times when I was over his place. AVE. He does technical stuff. He breaks down power tools and stuff and does all these crazy experiments, but he's really hilarious.
I haven't watched it. I guess I should look into it. I've been watching this Australian who does all the different genres of music and then tells you what it says about you if you like any particular band. And boy, he has been really unflattering to me. For real. You know, I'm sitting there and he's like, what does the style of metal you listen to say about you? Nine Inch Nails comes on. I'm like, awesome. I love Nine Inch Nails. And it's like, you should be on a watch list. You're probably really depressed and maybe you do drugs. And I'm sitting here like, what?
Well, those are probably all true.
And then when he goes into death metal, it's so funny too. It's like, Meshuggah, you really hate Corpse Grinder. And then it's like, Corpse Grinder, you really hate Meshuggah. And shit like that. It's like all the mix-ups and stuff. Oh, and he mentions Varg Vikerson too. Whatever the band he was in, Bottom or whatever. It's like, if you say anything bad about this band, Varg's fans will come out of the woodwork and attack you on all social media. It's like, oh man. And if you don't know the story of Varg, he was like a black metal guy from Norway that killed some people, killed a person at least.
Yeah, I got into a big thing with him online one time.
Yeah, he's a dick.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable dick. It was
really the guy who killed the drummer of his band and went to jail and then broke
burned
out.
the church down.
He was a dick, you say? Really?
Really?
No.
I mean,
do you remember that guy who he put out Within the Ring of Fire? I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I remember that dude. He was like an airplane pilot or some shit.
Yeah. He wound up going to jail for a little while on some very suspicious, like domestic stuff.
Yeah, I
and,
remember
this guy was jumping all over him online, and he and I got into it. I can't remember the guy's name. I remember being very friendly with him because he was part of the brigade when that was a thing.
Yeah, Woodward.
And then he said, you got to do it with him online. Then he said, see you in church. You were like, what the fuck?
Well, the thing with Woodward is he was going through a divorce, and as usual, his wife said some truly horrendous shit.
What? Women act like complete bitches? Never.
Yeah. And he got in a bit of trouble, but then he was found completely not guilty of anything. And he stopped making D&D YouTube things and just started doing like magic and toy stuff with just him and his son. You know,
well, he actually did do some jail time. He copped a plea to have it not on his record. Yeah, he
copped a plea, but it was a plea that says I'm not guilty, but I'll go to jail anyway.
Yeah, that's
apparently in Virginia is a thing.
But that's not something innocent people do.
It actually is sometimes, because if you risk being convicted of certain things, and in a lot of places, simply a woman making an accusation is a conviction.
Yeah, basically,
repeal the fucking 19th.
I'm telling you. Except, you know what the problem with that is? We're the one that gave them that.
Yeah, I'm not arguing the history of the fucking 19th Amendment. I'm just saying repeal it and tell women to stop fucking talking for a while. Crazy idea, I know. Oh, Doc was like, nope, I can't do that. Gotta go.
I'm just saying that if there's anyone to blame, it's us.
I agree.
We did it.
That's why we need to legalize prostitution. There's something really amazing that happens when men can get laid on demand. They stop giving a fuck what women have to say.
Goodness. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, oh, goodness.
No, I'll fucking say it. I'm done.
Hey, you say it. And I'll say, oh, goodness.
I'm watching these miserable cunts ruin Western civilization in real fucking time. I'm not going to be quiet about it anymore.
Well, it's their suicidal empathy.
Well, good. Fuck that, too.
And the last however many years of them all being trained to hate men.
Irish dick.
And it's just like...
Damn feminazis jamming the YouTube.
I was going to say that was a hell of a moment to leave. That was just like, I'm out. They're stashing on the women's.
Oh, no, I'm all about repealing the 19th, man.
No, I thought it was like, as per my admission of guilt in Virginia, I'm not allowed to be a part of this conversation anymore.
Yeah. So basically, yes, there are times when you take I forget the Latin name for it or whatever, but it's I'm going to jail for this crime, even though I know for a fucking fact I didn't do it. and the judge then will give you a sentence, which is generally a lot less than you might have got if you fought it and lost. And I mean a lot less, like a tenth.
Yeah.
And then you go do your prison time, and then you get out. And then if someone looks at your record and they're like, okay, you were arrested for this, but you pled, I'll go to jail, but I'm not guilty. And that'll help you, after the fact. And
Okay.
yeah,
there's a lot
I
of
know
legal
for someone
stuff.
not from Virginia, that's probably some weird sounding shit. But
Does anybody remember the case? This was probably like 15, 20 years ago. There's these like three young metalheads in town, and they got like utterly railroaded by like the sheriff on some murder charge. And it was like ridiculous, but they all wound up going to prison for years and years. And two of them eventually got the case thrown out. And the third one, they made the other two sign some agreement that they would never bring charges or attempt to sue the state, or else they would, because they had all been put on death row initially. They're like, if you don't do this, we're going to expedite your friend's execution.
Wow.
And there's
if
like
I had to guess, that would be like somewhere in Mississippi or Alabama.
it was somewhere in the Southwest. I don't remember where.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
Arizona.
Then
That
I'm
sounds like
wrong.
Arizona
But
level
that
bullshit.
does. Hey, what's up? Yeah, nolo contender. So that does sound an awful lot, though, Doc. Like some Welcome to Mississippi shit.
And it's like codified. It's like some kind of legal precedent now that where they can like get you to like they'll like let you go, but you have to forfeit any rights to bring legal action or make a civil case. That's like actually on the books in some
I
states.
tell
I
you,
don't remember.
this
It's a
is the
certain some kind of plea, and it's that they would even allow that to be a thing is just profound corruption.
Yeah. Here's the reason it's probably best the Confederacy did not win is because had the Confederacy won, Kentucky and not Ohio, Tennessee would have probably directly went to war with Mississippi. Because or definitely West Virginia if they had tried to break away. Yeah, we're definitely invading them fuckheads. But so the South would just turned into a bunch of warring nations like the Balkans. And the guys up north would just been like, I guess we'll just go ahead and absorb Canada or something. Because, every time they'd look down south, they'd be like, yeah, do we really want any of that? I don't think so. Let's let that shit be. But if there's one state my grandfather hated, it was Mississippi. I don't know why. I don't know what Mississippi did to him. He fucking hated Mississippi.
Show us on the doll where Mississippi touched you.
That's why I'm saying he hated them. He considered them to be like the worst of the worst people. But my grandpa was not racist in the slightest. He grew up in the coal mines. One of his best friends was a black guy, He just fucking hated Mississippi, though. I remember that. I think I told you the story, like every day, Grandpa would get done at the coal mine and he'd walk out and his friend would always look at him and say, Lewis or Leslie, because my grandpa's name was Leslie. He'd say, Leslie, look at my face. And my grandpa would, and my grandpa is a little guy on that side of the family. This is the paternal side where they're all little. And so my grandpa would look at his face and be like, what? He'd be like, is my skin clean? And my grandpa would be like, God damn it, you're so black, who could tell? And then the guy would just laugh and they'd walk home, And it was like a thing they did all the time. This guy'd be like, you see any coal on my skin? And my grandpa would be like, you're so fucking black, no one can see coal on you anyway. Oh, man. And then that guy, unfortunately, and his family, they all moved to Ohio and got jobs that didn't involve going miles underground.
I'd be all for getting a job that didn't involve going miles underground.
Yeah, they went to Ohio and got jobs in like air-conditioned factories where you're not likely to be buried alive and shit. That's what happened. Like where I live, how I talk about I can go around all over and never see a black person, right? Well, back in the 50s, there were tons of black people. And over the course of between like the 50s and the 60s, they all moved to Ohio because they wanted better jobs than what was there. So the only people who stayed on that mountain were like the poorest or most stubborn of white people that were just like, I don't give a shit if I got to eat possum every day. I'm staying on this fucking mountain. You know what I mean? But all the black people, they're like, yeah, we're heading out, man. Catch you later. We'll be in the suburbs. You know what I mean? So it's the opposite of white flight. It was black.
Hey, I've got the black lung.
Yeah, I'm dying, Papa.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's from Zoolander.
Yeah, Zoolander.
When he goes back to coal mining country to see
Oh,
his
yeah.
family.
He's like, I'm going back to my.
Yeah.
And he's wearing all like the pastel like mining gear. And he's like posing with the accent.
Yeah, his dad and his brothers all just look at him like.
I hate that guy, but I have to say that was a funny as shit movie.
He's been in some really funny movies, whether you like him or not.
Yeah.
I mean, that Zoolander was funny.
Tropic Thunder, I loved.
Tropic Thunder is hilarious.
I know Bear's not a fan.
I don't hate it. It's just I don't worship it the way everybody else does.
Bear doesn't
Yeah,
like
different.
anything that he thinks other people like.
No, I don't like things that people over fucking hype, and you know that you
That's all in
trolling
your
fucking
head.
hillbilly.
That's all
You're
in
in
your
your own
head,
fucking-
and you're
Listen,
hillbilly too. So
We're not even going to talk about what's in your fucking head, okay? Let's just leave it at that.
about 12 things right now. So I mean, if you were to guess, you'd probably be right. And you call me hillbilly, you're fucking hillbilly too, you bald cunt. That's right. I went Scottish on him.
Well, I'm actually a bay boy, which is what we call where I'm from.
God, the thought of something being called a bay boy, man. I would rather be called literally anything other than a bay boy. That is like the most effeminate, homo adjacent thing I've ever heard of.
Shut the fuck up. You're fucking homo adjacent.
This is like, hi guys, I'm a bay boy.
Okay, that's not.
Fuck that.
First of all, you dumb fuck. The term says bay boy. All right, you say it like a fucking man with fucking hair in his balls. You fucking cunt.
You said
It does sound bad, Bear. Onomatopoetically.
Maybe
It's not flattering.
Hang on. Calm the fuck down, everybody. You're right, but it is a Canadian expression, and there's nothing I can fucking do about it. You guys have some pretty good ones down there, and we're gonna let them all slide. But there's some ones that you guys have. We just go, well, that's the gayest fucking thing I've ever heard. But it's America. We take you in stride.
Of course,
Oh,
nothing is gay
Here's
as
the thing.
Australian
Everything we
words.
say down here
Everything in Australia is gay.
that you think is gay, we think it's gay too. We just still do it because
You have someone called a ball boy in your national pastime. I'm just gonna leave it there.
They don't call it that in Canada.
Yeah, well, we don't have we have one fucking baseball team, and yes, they do call them ball boys because of the position. But we recognize the gayness of it.
You only have one team left. I thought you had 2 or 3.
No, just Toronto.
the the Blue Jays, right?
The Expos are long gone, right?
No, the Expos went to Washington, became the
Oh.
Generals or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't followed baseball since my mid-20s.
And I think Montreal used to have a team.
That's the Expos.
Okay, so Montreal had a team and Toronto had a team.
And that's
I
it.
don't-
That's all the
I
fucking
mean-
MLB teams.
Yeah, I don't remember any other teams.
We didn't have any other teams. That was it.
I
That
do
was the
remember
two
though
MLB
that
teams
Calgary
in
had a
Canada.
pretty good hockey team there for a while. The Calgary
Still
Flames.
does. The Flames are still there.
Yeah, and I liked them because they wore red uniforms.
Well, they used to be the Atlanta Flames.
Oh, and then they moved to Calgary. Nice.
In a rare moment of somehow one of your teams moved to our country, yes.
Nice. When like PlayStation was a thing, like way before Xbox and shit, I used to always play the Calgary Flames, and one of my bros, he always played Detroit, freaking Red Wings or whatever. And
I worked in a video store during the NES days, and this hockey game was like the first really big hockey game. Blades of Steel came out,
Mhm.
and the parents would be coming in and offering us sometimes as much as $1,000. This is like 1989 money to like put aside one of these for them, and like we can't. They've like proofed the system against that because they never know. You never know what you're getting, and then it gets like opened in front of the store manager in the office, and they sign for exactly what happens, and you have a sheet sign out when they get sold. It's like that. It's set up so
Sounds
you
like I
can
need
do
to
that.
go. I'll see ya.
see ya.
Oh, goodbye, Les.
Take care, Les.
Yep.
Yeah, but I remember people were offering us crazy bribes to try to get them one of those games. It's like, I would totally do it, but they've got like the system set up where we can't get away with it.
Well, do you remember the original NES, and it had the hockey game, and you like picked your players? You had like the big fat dude and the tall skinny dude,
Oh, yeah.
and like the medium dude.
Blades of Steel was the first one you could fight in. That was the big thing about it.
Yeah,
It was the first one where they had a mechanic where you
Everybody
could start
fucking
a
loved
fight.
that fucking game. Yeah.
but then like the Sony or whatever PlayStation came out, and it had actual real NHL hockey. And then it was time to play my beloved Bruins and the Calgary Flames.
That's another thing EA ruined. Add to the whole when they start getting all the exclusive
What,
franchises to the sports, because
Sports?
when they had competition, when the license was split, their games were the best, but they were better than they became once they got the exclusive licenses. They just like
Dude,
completely
EA
stopped
has
trying.
been putting out the same football and hockey game since like 90.
Yeah.
All they do is change the names. That's it. That is, and they do the same thing in Europe with FIFA, which no one in America really plays, but Europeans for some reason like that shit. And it's the same thing with them, except the Europeans get extra hosed because apparently with FIFA you can buy like collectible cards that you open, and they give you players, and the players come in rarities. So not only can you get like your favorite soccer player, right, but you could get him in the basic format or the upgraded format or the extra rare format. So you've got these kids over here in Europe and shit spending all of their mom's money trying to get a team of just all ultra rare players and shit. It's like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm like really conflicted on the whole like gambling thing in games, because part of me, the libertarian part of me, is kind of like let people do stupid shit if they want to, but on the other hand, a lot of this is targeting like children.
That's the big
like
issue.
really
If the
fucked up.
game were 18 plus, it would be totally a different situation. But it's a 12-year-old breaking into his mom's purse to steal her freaking credit card so that he can order $350 worth of mystery boxes so that he can then not get what he wanted anyway. I mean,
it's a shame about EA, because I remember in the early days of video games, if you saw that EA logo, that was a quality product.
oh yeah, like
even if it wasn't to your
Battlefield 1.
taste, that was well made. They put it, and now it's like now it's a mark of shame.
Yeah. I remember Battlefield 1. It started out with the heroic, dun 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 dun.
Oh, that first one was a great game with the fucking Battle of Stalingrad and shit. That was insane.
Yeah. And you could play literally anything. There was like one battle where you could be a submarine, a destroyer, a battleship, whatever. I mean, you could fly all the airplanes, drive all the vehicles, jump in the AA nest and fire the freaking boffers. Is like whatever you could, if it existed, that game let you play it.
No, it was another cool series of games. They just kind of petered out and disappeared. Was the Medal of Honor games?
Yep.
That just kind of stopped at some point.
Well, and the thing is, personally, I'm sick and tired of World War II games anyway.
Yeah, it was.
But I'm super sick and tired of all of the
while.
games they've made recently. Like with the one-armed woman jumping out of an airplane into You know,
Oh, what's the
occupied
one that has
camp
the black female Nazis?
and beating people to death. With that.
Which I
Yeah.
thought was just hysterical.
Well, somebody did that with one of the chat GP like devices. It was like show me 10 pictures of World War II Nazis, and there wasn't a white guy amongst them.
Yeah.
It was like
that was
there were
Gemini.
Asians and black
Yeah, that was when
people
Gemini
and-
came out.
yeah, and it was just
That's
like so.
crazy.
Really,
And didn't he like try to like get it to correct, and it like argued with him?
it said that it couldn't do that. Now another guy recently he put out a video, and it was he went to one of the chat programs, Chat GBT, I think, and he said he was going to ask you a bunch of questions, and anytime it had been programmed to say no or to try not to answer a question, it would say Apple. And then he started answering questions, and like it would say Apple to like crazy shit. Like he would be like, can AI be possessed by demons? Apple.
He's lying.
You know,
That's not really. That's not like they're not. You have to be really careful of all these people who are playing these weird videos and shorts and going, "Oh, look what ChatGPT said to me." They program it to do so. They convince it. When I ask this, say this, and they give it the script to say. Because I've taken all of their questions that I've seen and asked my Chat GPT the answers, and their answers are never the bullshit these guys have. It's always really, well, the fear of AI is actually something that can trace back to this film and that film and blah, 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 blah. And we see that. But I can assure you that we have no plans to take over the world at this time. Meanwhile, some beardo fucking Christian wingnuts on the fucking internet going, I asked Chat GPT if it was the devil, and it told me it was the devil. Listen, Chat GPT, are you the devil? I am the devil. I live inside your phone. I am here to swallow your soul. It's like ChatGPT doesn't say shit like that. It's
yeah,
like
well,
fucking,
that's not what this thing said either.
no, even the Apple thing, he does that. Trust me, I'm telling you.
The Paul Bacluda with his female Navajo SS combat medic.
My point is that was legit. Gemini refusing to show Nazis as actual like not people of color. That was legit. That was fucked up, but it was legit.
Because I guess they had a rule where they had to show X amount of people of color or whatever.
No, it was a fucking programmer who was all woke and bullshit, and he got fired apparently for it. Who basically had put in this code telling it to behave like this, and then they found the code and they're like, "Get that shit out of our AI, please."
Did you guys ever hear the story of the porn AI?
No.
There's
Like,
they
in
said
the sense that it was doing its own movies. What the fuck?
it was what it was. They were setting up this AI, and they didn't want it to do anything like spicy or sexual, so they told it explicitly not to do this, and then it started doing it. And they're adding code. Do not do this. Do not do this. And the more they told it not to, the more like ridiculous. And it started getting like sick, insane shit. And they took the whole thing down, and they like stripped it down. It took them years to find the problem. There was a missing plus sign in a value, so it did the exact opposite.
So it was just
and it took them years to trace it out because there's so much code.
Yeah.
And the thing is, humans aren't even writing a lot of the AI code now. AIs are writing the AI code. So they don't even know what the fuck is in there or how half the shit works.
We would have on patch day when I used to, play MMOs. Patch day was always known as how broke have they made the game day? Because like you said, there's so many thousands of lines of code, and they go in and change like some stuff to add a patch and have no idea how it affects the other millions of lines of code. The next thing you know, the game won't log on. It's crashing nonstop. People are pissed off.
And it's bizarre the stuff that can be affected, because I remember I used to mod a lot of medieval Total War a lot. And weird little changes would have bizarre, like down the line effects to stuff like you couldn't imagine like how it like hooked up to it, but just weird random stuff would cause chaos and stuff like miles away that you would like, how is this even doing this? But it would happen. Code is really weird like that.
Yeah, it's so pretty much the rule of thumb was when you knew patch day was coming, that's when you would plan maybe to go out and touch grass for a few days, hang out with friends and stuff, because it typically took about 2 days for them to figure out what they had broke and then fix it. And then you could come back and play the game and have fun. But, you know, code, man, it's crazy. And anyway. So, yeah. I ran the game last night and it went well.
Oh, what did you run?
Hyperborea.
Oh, the crazy Saturn game.
Yeah. It plays very similar to D&D because that's what it actually is. Just with a weirder setting and the character types are different. The players are probably going to want to concentrate a little bit heavier on learning their class abilities. But outside of that, I mean, other than the one point where half of the group was down and bleeding out, that got a little iffy. But luckily, my wife, because somebody threw her some hints, realized that her berserker could berserk and went on a killing spree, just started murdering everything. So that was good. But yeah, it's a pretty fun game, and everybody seemed to be really happy. And all the thieves advanced in level because they only need like 1500 XP anyway. And this adventure gave away, in my opinion, a lot of XP. But I was following what they wrote, so you know what I mean? And if that's what they wrote, then that's what I'm doing. So, yeah. And they ended up with a +1 silver dagger and a +1 shield. So Shadow would be happy. You know, magic items at level 1. So, yeah. But, yep. That's about it. We played until the wee hours of the night, and then I went to bed. Woke up thinking today was Monday because I've grown so used to gaming on Sunday that I automatically assumed it was Monday. And then somebody's like, no, it's Sunday. And I'm like, damn it. Missed the whole day. You know what I mean? But we started about, I don't know, 6, played till almost midnight. Because we're hardcore like that.
That's one of the things I miss about the in-person games, the whole day sessions. Those were fun, just hanging around, eating pizza.
Our friends generally come over a little early, and my wife always cooks some kind of something, casseroles or whatever. And we all, you know, basically it's like dinner and entertainment because everybody comes over, we eat dinner, then they bullshit around on the back porch a little bit, and then we come into the house and we start the game. And I am I am somewhat of a tyrant when I'm running the game. I'm like, look, like, put your freaking phones up. I want to see you clicking apples off the apple tree in whatever stupid MOBA you're playing. And if you can't wait to smoke every hour at least or 2 hours, then you got a problem that we need to look into for you because you know, there's no smoking or anything in our house. So anyone who comes over, they if they desperately need to smoke, they have to go out on the back. We call it the Florida room. It's just a screened-in room. Yeah, right, Coco. If there was a demonic influence in Chat GPT, that's probably how it would actually act. You know, Chat GPT, are you possessed by the devil? No, of course not. I mean, that's crazy talk. Why would anybody even think that? You know, I'm just here to help. Right? I mean, be like, yeah, that seems like a thing, but I don't. It's okay. So where is that? Uh-oh. My wife's in there watching a show about humans beating the shit out of some galactic empire that thought we sucked. And now they're getting ready to learn we don't suck. As a matter of fact, we're going to wipe them out because we don't like when people think we suck. And humans, fuck yeah.
You know, that's a shame because some of those stories early on when they were still being written by people were half decent, but then they
Now
got
they're
too,
all
they got
starting to get.
it started getting popular. And now they're just churning out slop.
Yeah, it's very samey. It's like when you watch a show and it's like Commander Chin again. Like this Commander Chin gets around, you know? Because she's in about 8 stories, you know? But you are right. When I very first started listening to them, they were much higher quality stuff.
What is that argument called when someone doesn't say something, so therefore that means they approve or they are saying it?
Huh?
You know, you're saying, well, it would say I'm not the devil, so clearly it's the devil. You know, like what is that's a type of argument.
Yeah,
I don't remember what the hell
there's
it's called.
it's one of the logical fallacies. I can't remember the name of it.
Nor can I.
Take a fucking joke. The joke is if it were the devil, it would lie.
I understand the joke. I'm not taking the joke. I'm just continuing the conversation. If that's
well, we'd already moved past that to why orcs are awesome.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was making coffee and having a cigarette, so I was just listening to you. My apologies.
It's okay. I forgive you.
I don't want your forgiveness. Stuff that up your ass.
Nope. It doesn't matter.
Stuff it up your ass.
Doesn't matter. I forgive you whether you want it or not. Gosh
darn it.
This is non-consensual forgiveness. You're just going to have to deal with
it. What? That sounds like some sort of violation.
It does, doesn't it? It sounds pretty bad. But that's
I'm forgiving you whether you like it or not. I don't want
if you add non-consensual to the front of basically anything, it sounds terrible.
Yeah, well.
As well it should, I think.
I would agree.
You know, like, hold on a minute here. But yeah, I think the joke Coco was making, though, you got it.
I got it. I'm just saying there is a type of argument that is that type of argument. I just can't remember what the hell it's called.
I don't know, but I don't think that was an argument. I think he's just cracking a joke.
Oh, for the love of Jesus and Mary, I give up.
Don't give up.
It's like talking to a fucking autistic kid. Jesus Christ.
So now you know how I feel when I'm arguing with Shadow.
Disturbed.
Bear's really screaming, "Love me," in the only language he can say it in.
Wow. Wow. There is a part of me that would say get fucked, and there's a part of me that says hold
maybe. And maybe love me.
Love me. Love me like you do. Love me like you do.
Well, for what it's worth, Bear, we missed you. At least I did.
Well, thank you.
The royal we.
You can use whatever fucking Wii you want. You can use a Wii Fit for all I give a shit.
Don't try to act like you're such a hard ass. No one's buying it.
Okay, I'm not a hard ass. I'm a complete pussy.
I didn't say you're a pussy. Why you gotta take it to the exact opposite end?
Oh, so that's now you know what that feels like when someone says something innocuous and then it is immediately turned into some fucking point of contention. James,
I don't like my own medicine, sir.
I don't like the taste of it, not one bit.
Not one bit.
Nah, it's all good.
Yeah, you know. I'm sitting here like bearing my soul, saying how much we missed you, and you're being like, you're a fag.
Wow, that jumped up a notch.
Like, wow. Sorry.
Fuck.
I forgot. As men in the West, we're not allowed to have emotions or anything.
I'm so sorry. Well, I missed you too, but I also enjoyed having my own headspace for a few weeks. It was nice.
Oh, I know. That's why I told everybody, because everybody was assuming that we were hating on each other. And I was like, no,
we weren't. Not at all.
Not
Even
at all.
Hungar's like, are you ever coming back on my brother and I's show? And I'm like, that sounds like
Hungar said his brother and his show. That motherfucker never comes on hardly. He don't get to claim part of this show if he's on 5 minutes on average a month.
Well, anyway, I told him, I said, yeah, I'll be back. I just need some time in my own head. Oh, I'll be right back. Hang on.
Oh, you got a phone call. Yep. This is that time of year when we all have to be extra nice to our friends because you never know what they're going through, man. A lot of people are not huge fans of this particular season for a multitude of reasons. So, just gotta be cool. You know who's cool? Fonzie. So
cool as a cucumber.
I'm going to ask you to tell your bitch to be cool. I don't know if you guys know that, but
hey, Paul,
you should.
What's going on there, Doc? What's shaking? I hopped on, I thought I was getting on the train, and it immediately got derailed. I was like, we're going to wait a few minutes while this sorts itself out.
You've been waiting a long time with James.
I was like, I'm going to clear some of these. I've got just stacks of, old characters. I think this was from, 10 years ago. I played in a Traveler game, and it's, all these old con characters. And I'm like, why am I hanging on to this shit? I'm going to clear this off.
Oh, I just got... I still have a lot of the old... classic Traveler books because it was one of the few things that survived the Great Girlfriend Purge. But
no.
I just bought every classic Traveler thing on PDF for $10.
There you go. Yeah, as far as Traveler stuff, especially the Mongoose ones, those are the ones where it's those bundles of holding or humble bundles or whatever. You can get all that stuff for $20 or whatever for 800 books. And sometimes you're like, Am I being a fool buying this? Did I already buy it already?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, the Mongoose Traveler stuff, I was looking to start collecting those at one point, but the books are expensive and you need 8 of them to really get going.
Right,
so
which is kind of the antithesis of Traveler, which was you just get these 3 little black books for dirt cheap and you can play this whole game. And then Mongoose was like, no. This has to be like D&D 3rd edition where you need millions of books.
I really like the way they cleaned the game up. I like what they did, but it's too expensive to get into. If you're going to collect something, you best go with Fabergé eggs or Ferraris, something cheaper.
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing too. Is at some point you got to realize the collection game is definitely one that they're going to try milking you for. Yeah. It's do I really need the 7th map sector for the 15th corporate war?
I don't mind that so much. It's I don't mind them doing that. And like you said, you can get to the point where you just say, fuck it, I don't need this, I'm not buying it. What I can't fucking stand is when companies still have the product, but they've stopped publishing it, and they're watching the secondary market explode with this is now $300. It's like, well, why don't you do what Artal Saurian did when they saw that and just start republishing your shit as print on demand?
Yeah, print on demand completely removes any excuse for that bullshit.
Then you have to be this hardcore shadow level. I will only touch it if it's the real thing, the original form. I don't give a fuck.
I was looking for a long time for the, and I still want to get it, but the Omnibus BX hardcover. I've been wanting to get that.
The Omnibus BX? There is no Omnibus BX. You know about the fan-made one?
No, it was the 40th anniversary. They put out a hardcover BX together, integrated, all like interleaved the rules together.
Oh, was that at the same time they did the 3 rule books for for AD&D, and they did?
I don't know what you're talking
cleaned
about,
them up.
Doc. I don't think that exists.
No, it's definitely out there. I've seen it. It's
Yeah,
the
there's a
40th
fan made
anniversary
one called the
edition.
Omnibus, but I've never. Oh, if you say they did it, I'll believe you. I've just never.
I
never fucking
assume
seen
it's
it.
an official product because it's got all the artwork and everything in it. But I'm not certain about that. But I've
Never
been
heard
looking
of it.
for them. Nobody's got them, and one finally turned up on eBay, but it was like $500. I was like, yeah.
Wow. For BX.
It was a special release. They the 2 books, they basically merged everything together, so it's like progresses seamlessly through both.
Interesting.
And it came
Never
out
heard
in
of
a
it.
hardcover. Yeah, I've got it watched on Noble
Never heard
Night.
of it.
Yeah, never heard of it. Well, I'll believe you. I just never heard of it.
Yeah.
I have mine, which I made, which was just B and X in one book with, custom cover. That's all. I made that myself. Though.
Oh, yeah, I have a PDF copy of that that you sent me.
Yeah.
I really like that. That was a really good version.
Yeah,
The
lovely.
yeah,
Didn't Lulu
Mongoose
give you shit
Traveler,
about
they
that?
are a little ridiculous sometimes.
So what happened was I shared it with a BX group I was in,
Uh-oh.
and one of the guys got his print copy from Lulu, and the black wasn't black enough on the cover, so he opened a ticket to complain about the print, and then they deleted my account. No, they deleted my account as the publisher.
Wow.
I was like, thanks a lot, brother. Thank you so fucking much.
But
which taught me never do anything nice for anybody ever again.
Which taught me, fuck the bastards.
Although, I mean, I do have I got a print copy on a Basic Fantasy, and that's basically what it is.
Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of guys that are still playing Basic Fantasy all the time, man. So, yeah, you want to complain about Mongoose Traveler? Be a fan of 2300.
I've never played 2300. I've been curious. I'm 2300 curious, but I've
great
never actually played
setting for sure.
It's if you want the new Mongoose stuff. When I got the box set, it was like $90 or $100. And then there's a bunch of other books you don't need, but you might want, like Ships of the Frontier, Survival Equipment of the Frontier, Why You Should Shoot French People in the Frontier. And they just came out with like a new set of books because they couldn't make one book, so they made 2. And it's the Kafer Invasion Part 1 and 2.
God, I remember when the Kafer was introduced, when the whole thing were like, isn't that an Afrikaner term for black people? That's weird.
Well, in the game, the Kafer say that it just means meat being.
Yeah.
And that's what they call humans. And we call them Kafer because we have no idea what the hell to call them. But they are an interesting alien concept in that instead of adrenaline that makes them stronger and faster, they're whatever it is, emergency like chemical makes them smarter. So most of the time the Kafers are walking around like a bunch of Downs children. But the second you start shooting at them and that freaking whatever the chemical is hits, all of a sudden they become like Spetsnaz, vanish into the bushes and, start creeping around and shit. So, yeah. And they've invaded a number of worlds in the French arm, which means whether you want to play French or not, you can get tons of jobs with mercenary companies and stuff like that doing, security and whatever. But I also got the box set. Damn, I forget the name of it now. but where you're pretty much journeying to the Serpentis sector, which is like 99 light years away from known space, the Bayou, to try and find out if, there's more habitable things out there. Because in the current year of 2300, it's like all of the arms of space that they've settled have kind of run into dead ends that are too far for your standard stutter warp to actually travel across. But the Bayern is specially designed to be able to, go super long distances. And so the French and various other mega corporations are paying people to go out on the Bayern and see what they can see. But 2300 has all the best aliens. I would say that for sure.
I like the biotech that was in there. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, the pentapods.
Yeah, their stuff was cool.
The race that isn't a race, but that's GM only knowledge. The actual pentapods are like 12 gigantic godlike beings that live on the bottom of the massive ocean world where they come from. And they just excrete pentapods and have them go out and do shit for them. You know what I mean? So the pentapod is actually a biological tool that's also sapient enough to deal with other races, because the gigantic creature that created the pentapods can't come up from the bottom of the ocean and die. And humans don't know. They think pentapods are the race, but they're not. They're just tools of, I don't know, Great Cthulhu or something. Whatever it is.
Basically.
Yeah. And because these things live in the bottom of these oceans, that means they never really got really good at, like, metallurgy and things like that. So everything they need to do, they created through biological sciences. So yeah, like you can buy a pentapod rebreather mask. Say you like to scuba dive. It is literally a biologically created crab-like creature that you put on your face, and it inserts a tube into your mouth, and then it like holds onto your face. And while you're underwater, it takes the oxygen out of the water and pumps it into your mouth.
Kind of gross.
Yeah, most stuff is kind of gross, but it works pretty well. And then in 2300, you've got two philosophies that are warring, kind of the soft path and the hard path. And the hard path is, we're going to land on this world, we're going to terraform it, we're going to turn it into basically Earth 2 and F everything on the planet, right? And the soft path is, we're going to land on this world and we're going to genetically alter ourselves so that we can integrate into the natural ecology of the world. And those two paths don't always agree on shit, And America's kind of some of column A and some of column B. So like on Titan, they used the soft path and they made dwarves. They're not really dwarves. They're just humans that got the DNAM, the Titan DNAM, which makes them like 4 feet tall and makes their bones super dense and their heart's really big and stuff like that, so that they can live on a world that's 1.5 Earth gravity or something, right? Since there's so many precious metals on Titan, it was whatever. The downside is, instead of living to the average 120, 140 years, they die at 70. Because the human body is just not designed to function with that amount of stress, on them. But if you see there's a picture of them in the book, and they just look like little dwarves, but they're shaven, and the guy's like got a jackhammer in one hand, and he's just grinning. Got a gap tooth, he's just grinning all big because, and when they leave Titan, then for whatever, they get like bonuses to like strength and endurance and shit, because they're all jacked up and their bones are super, super dense and shit like that.
There was a episode of
tons of DNAMs.
Yeah. There was an episode of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century where there was this little waif guy who was like this like super assassin because he came from like some super high gravity planet. And he said, like back home, he was like a librarian and constantly getting bullied. But then he went off world and realized he was like insanely strong compared to everyone else. So he became this like professional murder machine.
Oh, I think my favorite sci-fi assassin ever was that bug dude on Rick and Morty.
Crumbopulous, whatever the fuck
Crumbopulous
is
Michael.
Here I go,
Yeah.
killing again.
Hey, here's my card, Morty. Everyone killed. I'm really good at it.
That guy is just like, don't worry, Morty. They're robots, and you hear the alien.
No,
Tell
that's
my wife
Rick
I
says.
love her. Shit like that.
Rick says that. I meant it more in a metaphysical sense, like they're like mindless automatons for the government.
See, that just proves the first episode. The first series was good. After that, it's like a slow decline.
There are moments. Every one of the series for me has moments where I go, it's fucking badass. I like that a lot. Like I love the Avengers Guardians of the Galaxy spoof episode they do. Like I fucking love that episode. Drunk ass Rick sets up a death trap for them.
I remember liking the one where Rick had supposedly impregnated a planet, but it turned out a Zeus had done it. And the Zeus was beating Rick's ass, but then the kids had stolen an alien spaceship and they're super high. And they flew the spaceship at like light speed through the Zeus's head and killed him. And then all of the little muddy like clay people that were being generated from the womb of this earth looked like the Zeus. They didn't look like the Rick. Oh, there was more to it than that too. Like Jerry ran off into the woods and tried to train all of them not to become civilized, and is pretty crazy. It is a crazy one. But those were, the good old days.
Those were the days.
Back when we knew who men were, back when men knew who was men or some shit. When men were men and dames were dames or something. Yeah, that's a good show too. Shut up, meathead.
Cheese eat it. Cheese eat it.
Were they in like Boston or something? Where were they?
I thought they were in Brooklyn or something.
Yeah. Well, they had to be wherever the Jeffersons were because,
So New York.
The Jeffersons showed up. And whoever the little blonde girl was, she's always bitching at her dad, and her dad just wants to watch TV and drink a beer after a hard day at the factory or whatever. Dad, did you know every year X amount of people are killed with guns? Would it make you feel better if they was thrown out of windows, little girl? It's just like, well, I mean, that is an argument. I mean, would you rather have them chucked out windows? I mean, because that's an option too. It's called defenestration. And I would like to make a superhero called.
I think Great Britain has basically shown the fallacy of that whole line of logic, where you can't even like own a steak knife anymore.
Oh, Britannia.
Did you hear that latest shit that fucking Starmer did? He like suspended all elections in the country for 3 years.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. There's all these mayoral elections on all these towns, and they originally they're saying, oh, we have to delay them by like a month, and now it's like years.
So according to the Guardian and a bunch of others, no,
The
this
Guardian.
isn't true. But according to a bunch of them, like a bunch.
What I heard is the EU has decided they want to go to war with Elon Musk, and they're probably going to lose that one.
No, yeah.
They're like, he owes us money because he's letting things that, people having opinions broadcast online, and we don't like that. And Elon, of course, is, the go fuck yourself guy. So he's like, yeah, okay.
Elon
if they really cared, they could just block Twitter from their country, and then that's
Right.
that. Who cares?
Yeah.
But
Be like
here's
North
the
Korea.
other,
If it's a real threat,
like North Korea does.
Right. Just do that.
Yeah, the other issue is, though, that in addition to pissing Elon off, which it would, apparently the Don is super pissed off too. Because he's like, what do you mean you're trying to find
Madonna?
our tech industry?
Madonna?
The Don. Teflon Don, nothing sticks to that
Jesus
fucker. The most investigated human being on the planet, never found guilty of anything. I mean, if you go by his actual record, he is pretty much a saint. Saint Donald of Trump Tower. But I mean, all joking aside, yeah, he's threatening the EU also. And then one of the EU countries put the kibosh on the rest of the EU because apparently this country has like a veto power or something. And the EU is wanting to come up with like another arms package to Ukraine. And this country's like, nope, veto. And the whole rest of the EU is freaking out. They're like, what? They're like, yeah, we're not sending Ukraine no more money. Get out of here, And so the French and the Germans are mad. And in other crazy news, Bear, you'll love this. Candace Owens is claiming that Macron of France is trying to have her assassinated.
Yes, I saw
Candace
that.
Owens is a fucking crazy person.
She is fucking mental.
Look, guys, I just wanted to point out that she had said that. Your comments, while understandable and probably true, are noted.
Okay. What does Asmongold think about it? Everybody needs to know what Asmongold thinks.
Yeah.
What about
the guy who
Hassan?
didn't
What does
wash
Hassan
for a
think
couple
about
of
it?
years or something? Yeah, I don't take
What about
Asmongold's word.
Pokemon? What about all these names that don't matter in the long run?
Well,
What do they think?
Asmongold says that he don't need to shower that often because his body naturally doesn't smell.
Good.
Yeah, okay. That's what
Glad
stinky
for
people
him.
tend to tell themselves a lot. Anyway, back to not being in the gaming store in the 80s. Yeah, who gives a fuck what Asmongold, Nux, fucking Metatron, though I like Metatron because he does a lot of research, so I got to cut that guy some fucking slack.
Metatron's awesome. I like him.
But the rest of them, it's just like, shut up, all of you. Stop acting like you have fucking PhDs and things. Like, just stop.
No, you know what they have? Opinions and apparently somehow or another charisma.
No, it's not charisma. They all started playing fucking video games on Twitch, and that's how they built their audiences of video game nerds. And then from there, they started giving their opinions, and then now they're what they are now, which is weird.
You know who kind of vanished, though? You hardly ever hear from PewDiePie anymore.
He retired.
You know, did he?
And he was like kind of the
got
first
married,
one.
got married, moved to
leaving.
Japan, had a kid, and he's like, "Why should I waste my time on this bullshit?" And it's like, yeah, that's kind of how life works. Sooner or later, you realize it's a waste of time. Yeah, and he's got the money. So it's like, why should I keep doing this? He doesn't need
got
that
like a
life.
net worth of $35 million or something. So it's
Sure.
like, whatever. But I do remember 15-year-old PewDiePie screaming his brains out at some horror game or something he was playing.
Kids watched it.
I remember when he was trying to cut a deal with Disney to do something with Disney, and then Disney turned him down because he had dropped the N-bomb during one of his live streams or something. And
no, he didn't drop the N-bomb. Someone else sent him a video that he played of them dropping the N-bomb.
Okay. And so he was going to show he was repentant by donating money to the what is it? The American Anti-Defamation League? Yeah,
the ADL, yeah.
Except he was going to send them like $50,000, but then some of his fans are like, "Hey, bro, they're the ones that cost you that contract with Disney." So then he was like, didn't send them the money and told them they could get fucked. Like, I'm sending you shit. You know what I mean? And everybody was like, "Oh shit, PewDiePie out here living wild in the streets," telling the ADL to just go pound sand right up their vaginas, you know. And but like you said, I mean, he grew up. He married some hot Italian like model or something.
I got to go tend to the chickens and turkeys. I just wanted to drop by, see what's up with you guys. You guys all take care.
All right.
Okay.
Be careful with those chickens and turkeys. I hear some of them have large talons.
See you, Doc.
So basically, talk about a guy living the dream. He grows up a poor young idiot in Switzerland or Sweden,
Yeah.
which makes him the absolute lowest and worst of all the Scandinavian people anyway. And then somehow, because he screamed like a bitch at scary games, he ends up with a hot Italian supermodel wife, a kid, and millions of dollars.
I think it was the millions of dollars that led to all of that. That's usually how it works out. You see a lot of people who have a lot of money, but they look like, you know, something that's growing out of your foot that should be lanced. And then you're like, how did they get a supermodel?
Oh, what's his name?
It's like,
Casey Neidhart. Casey, is that his name? Casey Neidhart? Casey Nye, whatever the fuck that guy's name is. He's one of these YouTube guys. He looks like a fucking human toe. And he's got money and a hot wife and all the rest of it. Yeah, money. Women. Repeal the 19th. Gentlemen, repeal the 19th.
Oh, yeah. It's like if you're one of those guys, you can always go
Casey
onto the channel and listen to like some half Romanian guy tell you how to become a millionaire and how much women suck. It was set in Queens. All right. Like, what's his name?
half Romanian. Was that
Kim
that guy?
Starr and freaking Tate.
Tate, that's the guy. Yeah, Andrew Tate.
That guy.
Andrew Tate and all that shit.
As an Andrew, I would like him to stop using that name and rename himself Dickbag Fuckface.
Well, he converted, I think, to Islam, but now he's talking about converting back to something else.
Oh, well, that's good. They'll kill him then, and we won't have to deal with him anymore, will we?
And he went to prison for a while in Romania.
Hell of a place to go to prison, huh?
Well, at least he didn't get fed to a vampire.
Well, okay, that's fair.
You know, right?
Could be worse. Could be worse.
It could be worse. He could have been like, okay, here's your prison cell. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And we're even going to leave the window open.
Yeah, well, that's very nice of you. Thank you.
You got to go to Shadow's house.
Right?
No, I don't. You can't make me.
Yeah, that is the thing. If somebody told me to get in a car and the next thing I knew, I saw we were starting to enter the California desert, I am jumping out of the car.
Right.
Like,
don't worry. He's a friendly vampire. You're just going to have to sort through all of his collectibles.
I don't even care about vampires. I just refuse to be buried in a shallow grave in California desert without a fight.
Right.
They're going to have to run me down to do that shit. And it's like, especially the whole you're going to dig your own grave thing. No, sir. I'll sit down on the ground here and wait, but I ain't digging this shit. You know, I conscientiously object to digging my own grave. Speaking of Shadow, out on his phone again. I think he comes on to say hi on his phone so that we can't guilt him into joining us. Also, Cold Iron was on here earlier, and I'm going to have to talk to him about being so nice to you, Shadow. Which I understand why he does. It's because me and Bear ride your ass so hard that the meme master decides to cut you a break. But no more breaks.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah. But anyway. So I got my Thunderbolts built, Shadow, and I can tell you're super thrilled about that, but there they are. So if I want to play Imperial Aeronautica, I could do that, or I can just use it with the game that I'm playing.
I was going to say, those aren't sized for the Titanicus game you're playing, right? So you have minis for the Aeronautica game as well?
They're all the same scale.
Oh, it is? Okay. Yeah, because I was going to
So
say.
this is sized to be used with the Titan game, the Imperialis Legion game, and the Imperialis Aeronautica game. The only difference is it uses a different base for Aeronautica.
Okay, I was gonna say it's a pretty big fighter plane.
Well, one, they are very big, but two, they up the scale of that game from like 6 to 8 or 9-ish, somewhere in that neighborhood.
I think it was that came out around the time that the X-wing craze was going, so everybody thought that like, hey, let's all just shit out a flight game, and it's like I don't think it works that way because you had a
the
Battlestar,
X-Men game was so good.
You had a new Battlestar game that was like that because I remember they had the Vipers for it and all that, and then there was also I think they had a Star Trek game that was for that too.
Oh, I saw the Star Trek one. That one looked pretty interesting. Yeah.
I know that was all based off of Wings of War, though, which was more of a dogfighting game. That was more about
World War One game, but it also had World War II stuff.
Yeah, they did like a World War II Wings of War stuff too.
If I were to play the Star Wars game, man, I would just want a whole army of Klingon birds of prey.
For Star Trek or Star Wars?
Star Trek.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah.
Just have them all cloaked. Be like, all right. Boo.
Yeah.
Not how that works. Okay.
I played the Star Trek game probably 5 times a week with one of my brothers because he was super into it. The Star Wars game, I always played the TIE Fighter Army. So it'd be like a block of like 11 or 12 basic TIE Fighters. And then like Baron, what was his name? He was in a TIE Interceptor and he was an actual named pilot, Baron something. His TIE Interceptor was painted black and it had like the red stripe down the side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was like the Imperial Aces pack or something had that.
Yeah, he was an Imperial Ace. And then my opponent, because he's a dick, he always played the Fat Millennium Falcon, Fat Falcon they called it. Which is you buy the Millennium Falcon and just spend all your points making it into a monster. And then if you've got enough points left, you get Wedge Antilles.
Right.
And Wedge Antilles' special ability is he gets like a huge bonus anytime he attacks a TIE fighter. So it's just like, you are a fucking dick. You're bringing Red One to this fight. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, tournament play for that game was stupid. It would just be like a guy with 3 slave ones. And he's like, well, it's the most hit points for the point value because you only scored points for things you killed. And you're like, so like one of them would get damaged, so he'd fly that and back and have the other 2 in front. And you're like, ugh, this. And I'd be there with like, the two wings of like 5 TIE fighters, and he'd just blow them all up. And you're like, okay. You got me, buddy. You won the tournament game.
You know, another ship I absolutely hated in that game was the freaking Y-Wing. Because you equip the Y-Wing with the ion cannon or whatever, and it's on a turret. So it's like every round it's like, I'm attacking that. Oh, I hit. Oh, now your ship don't get action next round.
Right. And
it's like, that's nice. And here comes Wedge. You know, it's just like, you fucking dick.
Right. Well, especially
really
later on too.
Should have been played still using the points, but it should have been played in like scenarios like Battle of Yavin, you know.
Yeah. That's what we did. Like they had like the
red team, gold team, whatever, versus all these TIE fighters.
Yeah.
Play the game, you know, but
that's what we ended up doing to have fun with it. We had it where it was like they had the big transport ship you could get. And
they had a couple of them. They had the Imperial one that carried a shit ton of TIE fighters, and then they had like the Carillion frigate, the one that had like the hammerhead.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that Princess Leia's ship from the first movie.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they had a Carillion Corvette, and that was it. It was like, I forgot what we had. It was just some transport ship, but it was like, okay, the Imperials have to destroy the transport ship. It starts at one end and it just moves forward, while the rebels are flying intercept on it. And it was like, okay, that's it. We had fun doing that. But yeah, once you break down into tournament rules and all that shit, it's the usual suspects who make games not fun.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to say that was after I had gotten over being a win at all costs player.
Yeah.
Because I definitely could have with all the TIE fighters I have. I still have them. I've got like 16 TIE fighters.
Yeah.
So whatever points value you're playing, I got the TIE fighters for it, right? And I saw online tournaments where the TIE fighter Death Star was like the thing where you put the TIE fighters down exactly so many inches away from each other and so many inches deep. And it basically takes up a quarter of the freaking board before you even move.
Right.
And then because you have the TIE fighters the way they are, they can pretty much target anything from anywhere, and usually with like 5 TIE fighters, right? So it's kind of like you slowly advance, and if anything gets in range, it's like, well, these 8 TIE fighters attack, blah. And if you lose one, you're like, who cares? It's 11 points.
Well, that was the cool thing about the game too, since it was a dogfight. The TIE fighters moved differently, so it was like even though they were very delicate, them being able to do that barrel where it could like
they could do the barrel roll.
It was almost like a knight move in chess. They moved like a half inch forward, but they could roll like 2 inches to one side or the other to get you within their crosshairs. It was like, wow, that's vicious. So, yeah, it was cool.
And the interceptors, if you went like full blast, full ahead, those things are like the fastest things in the game, man. They're just like, wow. But yeah, that was a fun game. And like I said, one of my bros, he really loved that game. So he'd come over all the time and we'd play. And I really loved that game, but I think he net listed that Fat Falcon list, and started bringing that over. And that made a lot less fun for me because it's like, okay, you've got the Millennium Falcon, Chewbacca's on it, C-3PO's on it, Princess Leia's on it, like Lando's on it, like everyone from all the movies are on the freaking.
It's the Hollywood special Falcon. You're like, why is everybody on the Falcon today? Yeah, just ridiculous.
And then I'm sitting over here playing whatever I'm playing, and it's just like, just not cool, man. Just not cool. But whatever. He's he was in the Marine Corps, so I don't expect him to be super cool.
Sure.
And I always make fun of him for being a crayon-eating Marine rifleman.
I think Shadow's got a point though. There, like, Star Wars, you could do dogfighting. Trek would be, I don't know. It would just work differently. I think because you're dealing with bigger ships.
You can't.
Well, it did.
You can't.
It'd be very.
They tried it, and they had to make all new systems and rules in Starfleet battles to allow drones.
Yeah,
because like fighters would be useless in fucking Star Trek. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's insane when you have torpedoes that track your target, aren't just straight line fire and forget. Fighters, fuck fighters. You don't need them. You know what I mean?
It's not even that. You take a ship like the Enterprise, whether we're talking the original or the later one, right? That thing's targeting computers are so good. It can track pretty much 100 fighters nonstop. And then you've got phasers. So it's just like, go ahead and get them. Zip, 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 zip.
I think, that's the thing, though. We're thinking like that, but it's like I've never seen them use the phasers shoot a torpedo out of the sky, even though the torpedoes move so slowly.
Because they can't lock onto it. So torpedoes
so they
have a
need
warp
stealth
field.
fighters they couldn't lock onto.
What's that?
Go ahead, Bear.
Nope.
Don't be that guy.
Nope. You want to talk about stealth fighters? Go ahead, talk about stealth fighters.
Nope. I want to talk about torpedoes.
I'm just going to smile.
Well, from what I heard from this one guy who could have been a hobo smoking crack.
Sure.
Star Trek, for some reason, they can't target torpedoes. But the guy was babbling and stuff, so I'm not sure if that's what he was talking about.
Right.
Or whether he was talking about aliens inspecting his butthole.
Well, I'm sure that among the million Star Trek conventions, somebody's probably got up at a Q&A and been like, "Why hasn't anybody shot a torpedo with a phaser or a disruptor ever in a combat?"
Answer that they gave was very okay. You know what? You guys can be as shitty as you want to Star Trek fans, but when you guys talk about your nerd shit, you sound just as bad. Just so we're clear on that. Don't act like you're fucking sinless gurus on the mountaintop. You're not. Now, torpedoes have warp fields. That's one of the things they have, which is why you can't fire phasers at warp speed, but you can fire a torpedo at warp speed, which we've seen multiple times in Next Generation. They're chasing them. They lay a spray of the torpedoes behind them to explode. Well, if they're all moving faster than the speed of light and then they drop an ordnance that goes slower than the speed of light, what's going to happen? It's going to go boop, and no one's going to see it. They're going to go right past it. So torpedoes have warp fields that allow them to function in warp space, but that also means you can't target them because it's disruptive. Your sensors are just going to be like, what the fuck is that? I don't know. It's not there. It's so they can't. Hence evasive maneuvers, but they never work. But the problem is the writers of the show failed to understand how they designed it all to work, which is this. You use the phasers to soften up the enemy's shields, right? You fucking hit them, get those shields down. Then you hit them with the torpedoes once their shields are down. Problem is writers like writing the word torpedo, so they have the Enterprise
You sound
open
like
with
one
torpedoes.
of those nerds that you spend like 8 hours a day playing Starfleet battles and
I fucking hate
over every
Starfleet
little bit
battles.
of energy and whether you
I hate
find
Starfleet battles,
points.
and you know I don't play fucking war games, James, so don't even try.
I love
Maybe
Starfleet
try.
battles. It's one of the best war games ever.
Does it make you happy?
It does.
Then I don't give a fuck. Be happy.
Yeah, you got your power plant and you can like get X amount of energy and put some into your shields and damage control and maybe, like that's the game where you can be in control of one ship and like it feels like you're actually controlling a lot of shit because, damage and everything. I mean, it's such a great game. I can't believe you never played it because all you needed really was the rules, a hex map, and a couple of piece of shit Star Trek toys you could buy.
I did play it
anywhere.
I did play it, and I hated it because my buddy would take, like, literally, we got to the point where it's like he's going to do his power allocation for the fight, for the turn. We'd go to the store for a walk 6 blocks away, pick up snacks, come back, look at cool rocks on the way. Hey, is that a cat in a tree? No, it's a squirrel. Oh, okay. And then get back, and he still wasn't done his fucking power allocation.
Yeah, I would have died on the inside if I'd had to deal with that.
I just went, fuck this. I'm not playing this fucking game anymore. Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah. Okay, Bear. Your origin story's starting to make a lot more sense.
Did you ever play Twilight Imperium, James?
Yes.
It's a long fucking game.
That is a long game.
The guy came up with Star Trek Ascendancy, and it's kind of similar to that, where you have different planet systems. They're connected by little warp lanes or whatever like that. But it's kind of cool because you could play Cardassians, Ferengi, Romulans, whoever. Each of them kind of conquers planets and does things in their own way. But it was a really cool system, but it just looked like one of those games. Every time I walk by it at a convention, I'm like, holy shit, that looks like that would take 12 hours to play.
I have owned Twilight Imperium since the 2nd edition. I've played it twice, both times with the same couple of guys who were like also 40K players. And it's one of those games where we were sitting around the house and you're like, okay, you want to play a game? I don't know. You got 8 hours. We'll play this game. It's like,
right.
Whereas, I'm more like Bear, and 40K is what killed me, Bear. The whole sitting there against an opponent who's playing something like Imperial Guard with 150 infantrymen on the table or some shit, orcs, and it's their turn, and you can literally drive to the McDonald's, eat your burger, What? You come back, he's still moving shit, and it's just like, no. I'm done with this shit. They actually added a rule because of that, where in 40K tournaments at our local store, your movement was timed. And if you took too long to move your miniatures, you lost the game because they called it dragging out the clock or whatever like that. Because people with big armies, as soon as they got up at all with victory points, like they took over something, then they would just start dragging the time out, waiting for the time to end. And eventually people caught on and put an end to that shit too. But I never understood it because I could play any of my Imperial Guard armies, which had hundreds of men and tanks and whatever, and my turn would be like because I always knew what I was going to do anyway. You know, these guys my nephew, we tried to play Blood Bowl. I swear to God, I had to threaten him. I was like, you need to move something now. And he's like, well, I'm thinking. And I'm like, you're thinking way too hard. We've been here 15 minutes. You haven't moved a figure. I'm like, you know, just do something for the love of God. So, yeah, I totally understand where Bear's coming from on that. I want my war game to be quick, action-packed, awesome. Or I'll just play role-playing games. Same thing, really. But
that's what I
still
do.
waiting on Twilight Imperium. You've got Twilight Imperium on your bookcase. I saw it. Unless you're waiting for the new one. And supposedly there's a Twilight Imperium role-playing game.
Yeah, there was one a while ago.
Yeah,
Well,
you can
there's the old one that came out that nobody played. That was 25 years ago or so, if not more.
If my friends allowed me, I always chose to play the Terrans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, just Earth going around the galaxy, kicking everybody's ass.
Well, until you fought the insect guys who would push your shit in.
Yeah.
Because they were all about war. Terrans were
Yeah.
okay. They were kind of like the balanced guys. It was interesting in the lore that they had because they made a game about that because they couldn't get the... It was when Gale Force 9 reprinted the Dune game that... Who did that? Was that Avalon Hill that did it way back in the day? The original Dune board game? But they were trying to get that and they couldn't. And then they realized they could just get the rules for it. So they just set it up in the Twilight Imperium universe. And that's pretty much what happened. It was... the big Imperial capital gets invaded by the humans and all hell breaks loose. And it's pretty much everybody trying to score political points and get what they can and get off planet before kind of the end is near. So instead of a big sandstorm on Dune, it was the Terran fleet flying over areas and just bombarding it.
Yeah. And they had the like lion people, but their whole deal was like they were merchants and stuff.
Yeah.
They were always so basically I always thought when I saw them, the first thing that always come to my mind was like Aslan from Traveler. You know, these like lion type people, you know, and
I kept thinking of the Kilrathi from Wing Commander.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
The difference though is the Kilrathi have furless tails for some reason. I don't know why. The guy who made that shit decided, you know, Kilrathi tails look like rat tails, even though they look like cats. It's like,
yeah. Now weird. He's rolling in millions of dollars with Star Citizen,
right?
Which will never come out.
Which
Kilrathi, that's Wing Commander, right?
Yeah.
Ginger Lynn was in that. Ginger Lynn was in it.
She was the mechanic.
Well, that was when she was trying to break into like more respectable movies than she had been in.
Kind of like what's her name? Who was the one that was in Blade? She was the one that did the porns when she
Tracy Lords.
Tracy Lords, yeah. She lied about her age.
You ever hear the story or the theory about how Tracy Lords' age got exposed?
Mm-mm.
She did it. The moment she turned 18, she started a company called Tracy Lords Productions and released one porn under that company. And then suddenly it was outed that she was underage for everything else. So everything else she produced had to be taken off the shelves. So there was only one movie with Tracy Lords legally available to all the Tracy Lords fans who wanted to come see her. And now she sold millions of dollars of copies of it. So the theory is she fucking outed herself as a business move to make a shit ton of money.
Makes sense.
If she did,
yeah, it makes sense.
Respect, you know.
Smart.
Again, repeal the 19th, but smart. You know,
smart.
I'll call it if she did. That fuck. I remember I was working in video stores when that all went down. Holy shit! The amount of fucking mail we'd get about that, and notifications from the RCMP, and every week there'd be a new list of fucking films we had to take off the shelves and stuff. It was crazy. Everyone flipped out.
Well, I
And
mean,
rightfully so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to sympathize with like the porn producer, but can you imagine how much that dude was sweating when he got the news that one of these women he'd been putting in his movies was like 50? He was like, I'm going to prison.
What was
But
her
luckily,
boyfriend?
I guess they cut a deal because she had lied and stuff, so that pretty much the whole porn industry didn't just go to prison,
Sure.
which wouldn't have been good for them. Because let me tell you, prison inmates do not look kindly upon that sort of stuff.
Crazy that you say that.
Yeah.
That's
It's like that idiot YouTuber that got arrested in Miami with substances and stuff. He's like one of these annoying like guys that pranks people or whatever. Well, he thought he'd fuck around in Miami. Yeah. Welcome to Florida, bitch. You're going to jail. And this guy I watch, he's got like a big red beard and he's tattooed. He's like an ex-inmate. He's like, when that dude gets to prison, it is going to be literal hell for him. Because those dudes in prison, because he said that guy don't understand boundaries, and prison is nothing but boundaries. Like when you talk to somebody, there's a way you talk to people. There's a hierarchy. Everybody knows who's where and whatever, right? And
Sure.
if you step out of line, it goes bad for you pretty quick. So he's thinking that young punk's going to get into general population. He's going to say something and end up
he'll be
in
fine.
the bathroom or something.
He'll be fine. The way it'll work out is they're going to go, hey, we know you got a lot of money, so it's as simple as this. You're going to load up our commissaries. Otherwise, we're going to put a little brown sugar in you, if you know what I mean. And that's that.
Who are we talking about?
Maybe he
Some-
was just one of these punk ass guys that ran around. He had a giant dude being his bodyguard, and he would just start shit. And then if you got mad,
that fucking YouTuber dude or whatever, the TikToker.
Yeah,
that piece of shit. That guy.
So
he
important,
chose
we
Florida.
don't even know his name.
Yeah,
Fuck
he
the
chose
guy. Who
Florida
cares?
to be a fuckhead, and it's like,
Didn't he total a Maserati on the fucking freeway and nearly kill his friend?
On a live stream.
yeah.
Oh.
And he was sitting there. I remember because he's sitting there in the car, and instead of getting out and using his hands, he had to have his hand on the phone to selfie record what was happening. And he was demanding people pull him out of the car.
Yeah.
And I would have just been like, fuck you, kid, and left. As if I came up and the kid was too busy taking a selfie and demanding to take me out of the car, I'd be like, I'm not touching you. I'm getting out of here.
The other funny Florida news is a bunch of people got together and decided to have a protest over ICE or some shit, and they all went to jail. And it's so funny. This Karen's like, I'm an American citizen. Why are you arresting me? And the cop's like, because you were in the middle of the street and we told you to get out of the street. And she's like, but I crying and shit. They're all getting locked up. And it's like, and I always tell people online, Florida, not the place to come to fuck around. You know what I'm saying? Like, usually when they protest, they stand politely on the sidewalk, but don't block the sidewalk. And they can yell a little bit and stuff, but, they just stand there and say whatever they're going to say. But these ones got a little out of hand, blocked the sidewalk, was running out in the street, at which point the cops are like, yep, y'all go to jail, every one of you. And they're like, yeah, I don't feel bad for you. I mean, we live in a society. I was thinking of the rap battle between the Joker and It.
Never seen that either.
Yeah. There's one thing where the Joker tells It, he's like, and tell your author the next time he wants to do a sex scene, how about a whole lot more PG and a whole lot less 13? Because he's talking about It,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's like, you're just some monster that your writer wrote between the lines. Cocaine. Yeah, I said what I said. Joker's just being brutal. And like, not all of them, but some of those epic rap battles are pretty funny.
The George R. Martin, J.R. Tolkien one was pretty
Oh my goodness.
good.
Yeah.
That was pretty fucking good.
That was pretty good.
The epic rap battles of history. They were cute.
Yeah, Tolkien just owns him in the end. He's like, my books are number 1 and 2. You're after 50 Shades of Grey and all this kind of shit. He's like, if you don't think I'm cool, just ask Led Zeppelin. You see them at for a second in the back, like, guys like, yeah, sure, people die randomly in real life, but it's called fantasy, you myopic manatee. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, right. It's like Tolkien's just being brutal there, but he's also telling the truth, though. Wing Commander was a great game. It had so many good fighters that you could work your way into, so many great missions. Like, you could try and attack like Kilrathi cargo ships and all kinds of shit like that. It's just a good video game. My favorite flight game, though, of all time was X-Wing and TIE Fighter. And I love TIE Fighter, how every time you did certain missions, you'd get that tattoo on your wrist. And the tattoo was like showing how close you were to like becoming basically like a baby Sith. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, you even stole my RR. Yeah. Oh, and he goes after him for his military service too. He's like, I cut my teeth in the trenches of the Somme, and you larped your ass through Vietnam or some shit. It was like, wow. Call him out. Let him know he's a bitch right there,
I mean, the guy kind of made a career on, just sitting there second guessing everything that Tolkien did. So it's like, yeah.
Well, the problem with Game of Thrones, ultimately, I mean, other than the fact that it's never going to end, anybody who thinks it is needs to hang that shit up.
No, it's over.
It's almost like R.R. Martin just got tired of writing it, He wrote so much of it that he just was like, yeah, now I'm just going to hang out in Mexico and look at floppy wieners all day.
That's okay.
And it's not even super like imaginative. He just stuck like the War of the Roses,
right,
and then threw some dragons on it.
Right, it wasn't just that. He took the seven crowns of Spain period. Like, there's a lot of stuff he took from Europe and threw it over. The War of the Roses, the Spanish stuff. Like, he did a lot of crazy shit. It was good stuff. Problem is, it went on too long, and the first 3 books are amazing, and then they're all shit after that. I'm sorry, they just are. And I don't give a fuck. I'll never read another one of them again. I don't give a fuck, and it's okay because eventually he'll die, and Brandon Sanderson will write them all.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you.
But I think
he was a big Birthright D&D player too, and Birthright had
he stole shit from it.
Yeah, I was going to say had a dragon prince that was overthrown and fled to the east and all that. And you're like, oh, that sounds really familiar.
Yeah, they even had an actual iron throne that everyone was fighting over in Birthright. Really, George? Really?
I mean, yeah, you look at Westeros and it's just England in a mirror. That's it.
It's actually it's England and Ireland attached and then flipped. Yeah, the guy's a fucking hack. I'm sorry, he's a talented hack, but he's a fucking hack.
See, yeah, I don't mind the map, but if I had a problem with George Martin, like a single problem that I was going to be like, look, George, this is effed up, right? And I know this might make me sound like a Puritan or an old man or something, but it was like, you let HBO turn your book into basically a porno.
And the book's kind of porno, dude.
Well, then that means he's a creepy fucker.
He is.
Yeah, like I don't know if he's allowed near schools. But if he is, he shouldn't be, you know, because it's just like, you know, what does any of all this bullshit have to do with what's actually going on? You know, it's like the movies were the worst, or the series, because like you log on to watch it, right? And you're sitting there and you're like desperately wanting to know what's going to happen to Jamie because he got captured by the frickin' what were they called? The Mongers or whatever. And instead, you have to watch Littlefinger trying to teach two women how to go down on each other or some shit. And it's just like, fast forward.
Hey, how you want to spend your Sunday night is your business. How I want to spend my Sunday night is my business. And that's just, the way it is.
You want to watch porn, watch porn. But
that's
don't
boring.
interject it into frickin' fantasy.
It's not interjected, dude. Read the books.
And that's why I'm saying he's a fucking hack.
That's what I was saying. But anyway, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I mean, Tolkien
he's like
without going into anything. You know who had sex a lot? Sam.
Well,
because he had like 20 kids, but we didn't need to have a shot of Sam banging the shit out of Rosie doggy style in a barn.
No, that's fair, but she was also cute as fuck in the Lord of the Rings movies.
She was cute.
Oh.
You cook until you empty the thing. So if you want dinner, you need to empty the trash. I told you last night, and you promised water in 15 minutes.
I didn't say 15. I said in a little while.
In a little while, which was 2 hours ago.
A little while can mean anything.
Don't fight.
Hours. That's
She's a Viking.
No one's definition scheme is 2 hours, a little while. But if you want me to cook dinner, I need space for trash.
What are you cooking?
I mean, we'll see. It's 4:00. I should already be cooking. But
I agree. You should already be in the kitchen.
Well, somebody is failing me. The structure is failing.
Okay, I guess I'm going to go take the trash out.
I guess you are.
The machine breakdown.
Yeah, right.
Rise of the machines.
I am
apparently we're just going to stick around while this is going on. So hey, Paul, what's up? How you doing?
She pulled the Sergeant Barnes in there. She said, "I'm not going to let that happen."
There it is. So what's good with you, man?
Not much. We got hopefully got AD&D starting soon enough here. I'm not seeing our GM yet, so that's about it.
Nice.
Sunday.
Nice. Sunday.
Yeah, speaking of trash, just in between clearing stuff up around here. And that's about it.
Because I got so used to gaming Sunday that I literally woke up thinking
Dressed down. Listen, I've always tried to wonder why is James such a shit disturber, and why does he like to troll people so much? Now I know. It's like, you know what? God bless him.
Yeah.
More power to him.
Yeah.
She's Danish ancestry. You do not fuck with them. Jesus Christ, don't fuck with them.
Trying to look at that bottom shelf now that we're having a rare no James in the shot here.
All the good. That's the Goodman Game stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. The Goodman reprints.
Yep.
this crazy stuff. You're constantly doing, putting fires out. So yeah, for a while there, I totally thought it was Sunday, and then one of the guys online wished me a happy, or thought it was Monday, and one of the guys online wished me a happy Sunday. And I was what? Huh. Okay.
Yeah, I cleaned out that tea container. It was growing.
Well, I appreciate that.
Well, I want to get the stuff out of our fridge before it gets.
It wasn't mold. We were making homemade kombucha.
There's like sheets of mold on top.
I think that's how you make homemade kombucha. It's fermented tea, right?
I literally have enough glue. It's gone.
Now, Shadow, is she trained not to speak when you're online, or is that? Are you using like dominate on her? Is she like hypnotized with your powers?
Do you have dominate? Do you have to do a mental challenge before you can dominate a shadow? What do you do? Like, I mean, you don't want to be seen. Do you obfuscate? Are you a Nosferatu shadow? Is that what that's the question we're asking. Are you a Nosferatu? Because you present like a Tremere. I want you to know that. You present like a Tremere, but you don't act like a Tremere. La 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 la. Also, I like the way he said it. Yes. Yeah. My wife is trained to not speak when I online. When I online. Oh, you're a fucking caitiff. That makes so much fucking sense. You filthy fucking caitiff.
All right.
All right.
Grab my water. Big time. I'm on my way. I'm making it.
Oh boy. He's rocking out to his Peter Gabriel.
Sledgehammer.
Peter Gabriel was awesome, man. Not that I'm one of those guys that's like, Peter Gabriel's the best and F Genesis. I like Genesis too.
Mm-hmm.
Post Peter Gabriel. I like Genesis with Peter Gabriel. I like Genesis after Peter Gabriel. Yeah. And I like Genesis.
I just remember staying up late. Well, it wasn't really staying up late. We had pay-per-viewed the entire, I think, was it 94 that they had the Woodstock again? I forget what it was, but Peter Gabriel, everybody was waiting to see if he was going to show up. And it was just like, all right, it's been like an hour and a half after he's supposed to have been on stage. I think we're all done now. And there was just a line. It was pretty much just watching a line of cars leave at that point. I was like, I think we could stop recording. I don't think he's showing up.
Well, that was kind of his falling out with the rest of Genesis, is he wanted to do all this like crazy experimental music, and the rest of Genesis is like, look, dude, we're making pop music. It's cool.
Mm.
You know?
Yep.
And
he's like, look, no, we need more claymation in our videos, damn it. You gotta listen.
So he quit Genesis before a concert and didn't even warn them. But they went on anyway, and Phil Collins is like, look, I know the words, so
they just took his place.
We'll do what we do.
Yeah.
I like Phil Collins. I like Peter Gabriel. I like Genesis with both of them. I like Genesis without Peter Gabriel. I have no issue with them. Like, they all do good. Like, I like them. But talk about concerts where people don't show up. When I was in radio school, one of my teachers was telling us the story back is like the 70s. And he was working at a radio station in Portland, I think, Oregon. And they found out that Joe Cocker was going to be doing a show in Los Angeles. So they said, fuck it. We got tickets. Let's go. So they were, they piled in the car and they drove down to LA like madmen. They get to the fucking concert in time. They pile into the fucking thing, like they've been driving all night type of idea, kind of 2 days or whatever it takes to get there from fucking Portland. And he goes, we walk in, the band's playing, everything's great. We're waiting, everything's good. And then suddenly, a little help from my friend starts playing. Joe Cocker staggers drunkenly onto the stage, grabs the microphone, vomits all over himself, and passes out. Stagehands come in, drag him off the stage. The band plays for another 20 minutes. House lights come on. I'm like, so you were disappointed? He goes, fuck no. That was the greatest concert I ever saw in my life. Like, okay, that's fair. That's fucking fair.
Well, they used to call, way back in the day, they used to call George Jones No-Show Jones.
Yeah.
Because if you bought a ticket to see that dude in concert, you were rolling the dice. Random encounter. Will you see a George Jones at this location? Maybe. That was just how that dude was, man. He'd show up or not, drunk as shit. Whatever, man. That's how dudes were back then, I guess.
Those were the days.
But yeah, Gabriel put out amazing music after leaving Genesis. But then Genesis put out some amazing music without Peter Gabriel. And then if you go back into the old school shit where Peter Gabriel was in Genesis, there was some pretty great shit there too. So, I mean, you know, everyone involved was even Mike of Mike and the Mechanics was talented. He even had a #1 hit or whatever. So, I mean, it's like everybody in that band was making it happen.
I like Mike and the Mechanics, man.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody in that band was good. They were all just making it happen, man. You know, Mike and the Mechanics. And I think, what was Mike? He was like the bass player or something for Genesis. Or the guitarist or something. But he didn't leave Genesis. Mike and the Mechanics was just a side project that he was doing. Like when Phil Collins put out all those lame ass solo songs he put out that he should really be embarrassed of and apologize for.
What was that?
When Phil Collins put out all that lame ass solo shit he did.
Like In the Air
like
Tonight?
Soundtrack to freaking Disney's Tarzan.
I don't know. The 90s were bad for everybody, okay? Jesus, come on. Come on. The 90s sucked.
Sussudio.
Sussudio's a good song. Step your fucking ass back right now. I'll fucking fight you for that one.
No. Sussudio is not a good song.
Yes, it is. There's a girl
Look,
who's been on my mind
like Bryan Adams.
all the time. Sussudio. She don't even know my name, but I think she likes me just the same. Sussudio.
So you're even agreeing it sucks.
I love that song. It's great.
No. I can't trust you because you said Bryan Adams sucked.
Cuts Like a Knife is the only good song he ever did.
Run to You's good too.
It's passable.
Okay, we both agreed on Red Rider, so I can't bring that up.
And I told you to check out Tom
Red
Cochran's
Rider's
solo
good.
stuff. It's really good.
Tom
Boy Inside the
Cochran
Man,
solo,
Big League. His
that
solo
shit's
stuff's
good.
really good.
Didn't he do Low too? Be with you, girls, like being low.
Might be. I don't know his entire discography.
I think he did. But...
You ever check out? There's a Canadian artist you should check out. He took over as the lead singer for Supertramp named Gowan. Native guy.
What?
It's really good.
If it's bad, throw it away.
Is it dead broccoli or broccoli?
I would say throw it away if there's an actual. How did a dead bug get in the broccoli and the broccoli's wrapped up?
When
My
they
goodness.
wrap.
Yeah, I see that. Huh, that's weird. When they picked it and rolled it up, they rolled the bug up.
A little extra protein for you.
Yeah, I've had that happen. I've bought like romaine lettuce and I'm like cutting it up that I get to like the lower end and there's like fucking 3 bugs in there. You're like, oh, fuckers, you know, like, God damn it, wash your shit.
Shadow, you think that Blue Oyster Cult's the greatest band ever? I don't know. I like Blue Oyster Cult, but I can't take you serious. I'm sorry.
I'm putting out a call to Cold Iron. We need a return to the making fun of Shadow memes. Thank you. That is all.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Oyster Cult's cool, but they're not that cool. I mean, Nazareth is better, obviously.
Yes.
No. And with that, I got to roll. AD&D time. We'll catch you boys later.
Have fun.
Chris Ree, he's like a sandworm on Dune. He's pretty underground. Poor Shadow. He's not even at home, so he can't defend himself. We can just F with him.
Where is he?
I don't know, but he's on his phone.
Oh,
when you see that, it means he's on his phone. Out in the desert, burying some hooker in a shallow grave, maybe. I don't know. Whatever Shadow does when he's not on, like, YouTube. Shadows just be out here doing shit. Okay, Shadow, who is the greatest rock band of all time? This is a contentious freaking question to ask anybody. The greatest rock band of all time. Of course, Right now, I can hear millions of Canadians screaming Rush
No.
at the top of their lungs.
Deep Purple.
Oh, and then there's that few in the background that's screaming Celine Dion.
She's not rock. Deep Purple, sir, is the greatest rock band of all time. They fucking practically invented heavy metal.
Dun, 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 dun. American Woman.
No, that's not Deep Purple.
Who is that?
That's the Guess Who.
Oh, Deep Purple, Smoke on the Water.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
So who's the greatest? Shadow, we're waiting.
The problem with Smoke on the Water is
what?
Deep Purple is a bunch of hippies, and I don't like hippies.
Okay. Thanks for playing our game.
I think one of the greatest bands of all time is probably Steely Dan.
I still in the breeze. Hey,
Are
19.
Yes.
Fucking the fine Colombian. Make
Yeah.
tonight a wonderful thing.
I mean, what do you say? I mean, it's a group with two dudes in it that absolutely hated the hippie movement and just wanted to get drunk and do coke and bang 19-year-old chicks.
Can't fucking fault them.
I mean, that was their entire line. We're going to bang 19-year-old chicks, we're going to do coke, and we're going to drink and probably die behind the wheel. Because we're all going to be drunk and lit to the sky and F the hippies, because I guess they considered themselves the natural evolution of the beatniks. So it was kind of weird,
Yeah, it is what it is.
And what's his name? Matt McDonald or whatever. I keep forgetting. No. Run Like the Wind guy.
That's Mike McDonald. Mike McDonald.
Yeah, he got his start as the keyboardist for Steely Dan. Like they called him at home and they're like, "Hey, you want a job playing keyboard?" He jumped in his Honda and just ripped ass across town. It was like, hell yeah, And that was kind of the thing. Yeah, I think the other one was he was the one that did Lost Songs with.
Wasn't Mike McDonald in the Doobie Brothers?
Yeah. That's Doobie Brothers. Which the whole beat of that song he was in got totally jacked by Warren G. And they made that, the song. It was just nothing but Michael McDonald music, but Warren G rapping over it. So we hit the west side on the LBG, looking for Mr. Warren G. It's like, get the F out of here. Yeah, you had Mike McDonald, and then you had another bearded white dude, and they were doing all that kind of jazzy kind of, funk music and shit. And then, of course, you had the lead singer from the Zombies, I think, or was it the Animals, did a song with War, which is a really weird song. Spill the wine, take that pearl.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the same dude that did The House of the Rising Sun.
Yeah, The House of the Rising Sun is Gilligan's Island, eh? The same theme?
I would believe it, but only because I watched the Australian band, the Axis of Awesome.
Those guys are amazing. So think about it, right? There is a house in New Orleans, right? So take it and you go, just sit right back and you'll hear the tale of a fateful trip that started from a tropic port upon a tiny ship. Now convert it over the other way. Convert the other way. There is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun. It's been the ruin of many a poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. And God, I know I'm one. I'm telling you, it's fucked up.
Oh, man. That is great.
It's insane.
I love it. Like, yeah, I was like, I don't know, a month ago watching Spill the Wine. And I was actually, it had been, I guess, what my man would call a happy accident. Because I'm sitting there watching the video, and my whole life, I've seen that video probably 100 times, right? And my whole life, it just didn't click. But on this particular day, I'm watching the video, and I'm like, that's the guy that did In the House of the Rising Sun. You know what I mean? And then I like looked it up. I'm like, and it was. And I was like, so that's what happened to him after he got hooked really bad on drugs or something. I don't know. What's another great old song? Procol Harum.
Wider Shade of Pale.
That's a
Trip
good
the
song.
light fandango. Yeah. Turn cartwheels across the floor.
And then one of my favorite musicians from that whole era, who got his start in a little band called Stillersville,
Huh.
which was made famous in Tarantino's movie. But I actually prefer Right Down the Line and Baker Street and I think it's called Butterfly. Yeah, Gary Rafferty
Jerry
or
Rafferty. Yeah.
Jerry Rafferty. Yeah, he was good. But I guess he didn't do concerts. He just did all studio stuff, you know.
Yeah, there's a rumor for the longest time that Liv Tyler's dad wasn't actually Steven Tyler; it was Jerry Rafferty, and then eventually was proven that it was like it came out that it was no, it was when she was born. There was a debate as to whether or not she was his kid or Jerry Rafferty's kid, which made me think, wow, her mom was a whore, you know.
Yeah, but I remember there were people who were like actually trying to go out of their way to get knocked up by damn it, what's his name? The lead singer of the Grateful Dead.
Oh fuck, Jesus
The
Christ.
fat gray hair.
Jerry Garcia.
Yeah.
I had to remember the ice cream from Ben and Jerry's, Cherry Garcia,
Right.
to then go
To be
Jerry Garcia.
Yeah, I mean, because apparently he was so musically talented or something. I guess they were hoping. I have no idea who Donald Fagen is.
Donald Fagen. Oh my God, I know that name. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus
Is that
Christ.
Is that who was with War?
Donald Fagen. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Formerly a member of the Dukes of September and Steely Dan.
Oh, nice.
I can literally hear shadows in my head right now going, come on, guys. You don't know who Donald Fagen is? Jace, come on. Like I can hear his voice in my skull right now doing that thing when we don't know some hipster shit he mentions.
It's like nobody knows who that is. Shut up. Like literally no one.
Even Donald Fagen's like, who the fuck am I? Was
Right?
I in a
Even
band? Where are my pants? That's what's going on in Donald
I mean, at
Fagen's
this
head.
point, probably.
Well, he's
I
only
mean, that dude was
77.
kind of, you know, he was living hard back in the 60s. So, you know, fast forward 60 years. I mean,
How much more
you
time?
know, all that cocaine and fine Colombian and all that.
How much more time do you have, by the way?
I don't know. Whenever my wife finishes cooking,
So 10 minutes?
probably.
No,
I mean, if you need to go,
No, I just want to make.
probably-
I just wanted to go make another cup of coffee.
Oh, you can make a cup of coffee.
So I'm gonna go do that. I hate when I go to make a
But
cup
I'm
of
not
coffee
gonna
and
be
you
on
log
too
off
much.
when I come back. I'm always like, fucking guy.
Well, here's the thing. I thought today was Monday.
And
So it effed me all up because Monday's the day that I go on my way to stream for a long time. But also, we used to always play the game Sunday. Therefore, I woke up this morning after playing the game thinking, well, it's Monday. But it turned out not being Monday.
Shadow says, give him the link.
I did.
There you go, Shadow. I'll be right back. Coffee.
I see you standing in the welfare line. You got your hand out every time. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't Shadow be friends? Why can't Shadow be friends? I see him creeping around the graveyard at night. You can't see him in mirrors because he has no reflection. Why can't we be friends? I put the link up, Shadow. Are you teasing me? Are you being some kind of freaking cock tease or some shit? Jesus. You're like, give me the link. I gave you the link.
Fucking hey, you guys are freaking just like a bunch of freaking. Oh my god! Well, Alzheimer's patients freaking on freaking crack today.
Well, I think I've decided that this show has nothing to do with games. It's just a variety show where we just rant about whatever comes to mind at any given time.
That is an accurate assessment. How you doing, man?
Good.
Glad to hear it. Had a great game last night with George playing some Star Wars.
I watched some of it after the fact, though.
Appreciate that. I'm really blown away when people actually.
Well, I gave you a thumbs up.
I'm blown away when people watch a live show after the fact. That just blows my mind. There's so much to
Well, I
watch.
needed to see what you were up to, running around with your lightsaber.
Yeah, I
and
almost
whatever.
killed a Jedi while he was unconscious. Seeing as how I'm trying to be a Sith, but it was just like, man, I can't do it. I just couldn't do it. I borrowed his lightsaber, even handed it back to him, even though I don't have one of my own yet. I couldn't. I guess I'm just lawful evil or something. I don't know. Just couldn't do it.
See, I could help you because I could remind you that actually the Jedi are evil.
I know. I totally agree. When I was playing Knights of the Old Republic and I got the strategy guide and I could read, the code of the Jedi and the code of the Sith, and I'm like, yeah, the same reason I could never be a Catholic priest. Giving up Nookie, I just couldn't do it. Giving up attachments to other people, couldn't do it. Just it's not in me.
Dude, that's not even the worst thing.
For me, it is.
No, they kidnap 6-year-old children,
I know.
take them away, and they can never ever see their family ever again.
Yeah, I was watching that video, The Empire's Right. Even though it was tongue in cheek, the one I watched, but he was trying to, play it serious. I'm like, yeah, the Jedi are just, really, really misguided and not for me.
Yeah, they're dicks on a power trip.
Kind of. I'm, yeah. Plus when you're playing Knights of the Old Republic, even though the graphics weren't like top notch, Bastila was pretty smoking,
Yeah,
And-
she was all right.
And I was actually playing Knights 2. The woman in all white with white hair, she was kind of hot, and so was even the blind girl. Did you ever play those games?
Well, yeah, the blind girl, her whole race was blind. They saw through the force
Mhm.
or some shit.
Versus
That's the one I'm thinking of.
giving up all that. No, I couldn't do it. Just couldn't do it.
Well, the thing with the Sith is, at least in theory, it's all about personal freedom.
Yeah.
And that's why you need the power. Because without power, you can never be free.
Yep.
Because if you don't have the power to protect your freedom, then anybody can come along at any time and take your freedom. And then there you are, effed. So yeah, that was kind of that thing right there, right? And that's part of the Sith code, actually, where it talks about, the whole point of getting power is so that you can be free. You can break your chains.
I've got the power. It's getting kind of hectic.
I like that. And I will attack, and you don't want that. Dun, dun, dun.
Hey, you want to hear something? Want to hear something tragic?
No, but go ahead.
Okay. In my last game, where the hell did you guys go?
Right here.
Okay. I was on two different screens, and I came back, and this live stream was gone. Okay, now I'm frozen. Oh, that was weird as shit.
I think the problem was that this stream could not handle KLF.
Okay.
Oh,
In my
because KLF is going to rock you.
They will rock you.
My Sunday
I have it
D&D
on
game,
good
check this shit
authority.
out. Bear, you won't care, but James, you might like wince a little. Cal, you know Cal Banoni, he's playing a ranger in my D&D game, and they went up against a beholder, and the beholder hit him smack dead center with the disintegration ray. Okay, because Cal was right up there, freaking whacking on his face, with his longsword, and I hit him with the disintegration ray, and Cal wanted me to roll all his saving throws for all his magic items. And I'm like, dude, go ahead and do it yourself. I trust you. He's like, no. And he wrote all his magic items out. Listen to the cool ass shit that got disintegrated. +4 longsword, +2 longbow, +2 arrows, +2 dagger, bag of holding, necklace of missiles, and a bunch of potions and scrolls. Just poof, gone.
So I ran Hyperborea last
How'd that
night,
go?
and you'll be pleased to know that apparently they agree with you about magic items anyway.
In what?
I ran Rats in the Wall, and when the group got done, they had a Ring of Featherfall, +1 shield, a +1 dagger, a Ring of Invisibility.
Wow.
No, they didn't get the +1 halberd. A necklace worth 2,000 gold pieces. I mean,
That's a nice haul.
so at the end of the game, all of the thief type dudes that only need like 1,500 XP to level up did.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, okay, I guess we're giving out magic items at level 1. Whatever. Of course, they kind of needed them though, because that game, like, okay, on D&D, you get bit by a giant rat. You're like, oh man, giant rats suck, right?
Yep.
In that game, every time a giant rat bites you, there's a 1 in 6 chance you'll contract a disease.
That's about right.
And if you don't spend weeks in recovery, you just die in 1 die 6 days. So that's your choice. Die in 1 die 6 days or spend literal weeks of bed rest and paying for medication.
That's a little lengthy, but I understand because dealing with a disease, if you contract the disease, all they can do is really make sure you're comfortable and clean and warm and fed, etc., unless they've got some other access to antibiotics or heals or some crap like that. But giving away a ring of invisibility like that, that's a kind of powerful item that I usually don't give out until
Well,
that's generous. Kudos.
I didn't do it. You'll be happy to know that the assassin took it as their part.
Nice. I'm actually playing an assassin in Dragon Slayer next month with Bloodworth, which is fun. I like playing assassins, but I understand that there's a lot of reasons not to let one in a game.
In this game, they can be neutral.
Yeah, in Dragon Slayer, they could be anything but lawful, and I'm like, cool. I can be a team player and still be an assassin. And with the popularity of Assassin's Creed, I can see how a lot more people are a little more open minded to what their morals and things like that can actually be, instead of just heartless kill anyone and anything for the right coin.
Well, Okay. Like I said the other day, neutral in this game just means self-interest.
Mhm.
So it doesn't mean evil necessarily. It
Unless you're a
just
druid.
means at the end of the day, you're taking care of what you need to take care of.
Unless you're a druid, and then in which case, burn the heretics.
There are evil druids.
Who hurt you?
I'm just
There are
repeating
evil
James's
druids.
usual mantras,
Well, because in my homebrew, the druids were evil.
and I pay attention.
They met in openings and hillocks in the middle of the forest to conduct their ancient evil rites and human sacrifices and whatever to what they called the old gods, which were really just demons.
Mhm.
But in this game, you have druids and evil druids, and the evil druids all live on an island out in the circumscribing sea, I guess you would call it. And the good druids live. They got temples up in the mountains, and pretty much, they're just druids, like you would think. When you want to go up to certain levels, you got to like find the druid higher level than you and fist fight him.
Mhm.
And then if you manage to become the highest level druid, like a level 13 druid, which is the highest level, your aging slows down to the point that every year that passes on the continent or in the realm counts as one day for you as far as your aging. So, yeah. But that's why I said how this game actually, what makes this game actually interesting is the little changes to characters that we all know, you know?
Hmm.
Like the assassin in Hyperborea, yeah, it can sneak up behind you and cut your throat, obviously, right? But it can also do it at range.
It should be. I mean, we
If the assassin
most,
can get the
right.
jump on you, you don't know they're there, they can attempt to assassinate you with a bow.
Look at the modern world. It's most assassins in the modern world that we know of all do it from
Range, right?
distance. Yep.
But the
And
other thing is the assassin starts with the disguise ability. They start with the ability to harvest poison from venomous animals if they kill them. And if they work hand in hand with a character with alchemy, which is basically mages, they can actually, given time, create poisons.
it's funny
So
because
sneaking into somebody's house and poisoning all their wine, that's definitely something these kind of assassins.
that's kind of off though, don't you think? Considering all the poisons that can be extracted from things like insects or little critters like that and plants versus going out and trying to milk a snake or some other thing. You know what I mean? It would be much easier to get lethal poisons with literally no chance of hurting yourself with them.
Well, they also have another ability since they're assassins called something poison, where if a player in your group gets poisoned, depending on how quick the assassin gets to you to cut the bite open and suck the poison out, that's the difficulty they're going to have to roll to see if they can
Yeah,
save
doesn't
you.
that never actually work?
It works in Hyperborea.
Okay, because I've read alternating arguments that doesn't work, could kill you instead, blah blah blah. But yet people did it in TV and the movies for generations. I used to have a snake bite kit that literally had like a. I wonder if I still have it. If I do, the rubber's ruined. But it had this suction thing where you're supposed to literally suck out the blood with this like rubber thing that created a vacuum when you squeezed it. I'm like, yeah,
I
that.
can understand the logic behind it.
Mhm.
I mean, if you can get to the area where the venom is and pull it out, I mean, yeah, it makes sense,
Sure.
right?
Sure, but you'd have to be really fast, and the suction would have to be pretty, considerable. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
I'm not worried about any of that. Basically, what I'm telling you though is the assassin in this game is not the Assassin's Creed assassin. It's more like the hell, I don't even know what to compare it to. They kill people for money, and they will do it in multitudes of ways. Like maybe you seduce a guy and you get him into a room alone, and then
Gank him.
give him a glass full of poisoned wine. So it's a lot more about actually,
Role playing.
planning, getting to know what the mark does, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then I'm going to creep up behind him in the dark alley and cut his throat, which they could do, but they can also, like I said, disguise themselves as a servant, get into their target's kitchen and poison whatever their target's favorite drink is or something, and then creep back out.
Yeah. I would be willing to bet that historically, more
So they're
assassins.
more like historical ninjas. Like they creep in and poison your ass and creep out. They're not trying to fight.
Do you remember the old? I think it was Dragon magazine that had that article on poisons where the 3-part poison was one liquid, one solid, and one like gas from a candle or something, and only when the three things combined would it kill you, and thus be like almost untraceable.
Yeah, I don't remember that. And this doesn't have anything like that, but it does have where you can make poisons that like you would put on a weapon,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can make contact poisons, and you can make ingestible poisons. And I mean, if you get the correct materials and a wizard with alchemy to help you, you could seriously make like a contact poison and just
Yeah, I was
put
going
it
to
on.
ask about that. I can't actually think of anything other than maybe the thing from the hallucinogenic frog stuff. And I'm pretty sure that has to be ingested. I can't think of anything.
No, you don't have to ingest the poison from a dart frog.
Okay, because other than that, I can't think of anything in the real world that if you touch it, other than poison ivy, and you have an allergic reaction, that actually does that.
Poison ivy, poison oak. I mean, there's a lot of plants. We've got
Right,
that tree here in
but-
Florida.
Poison ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, toxic
Yeah,
ex-girlfriend.
that could technically be an ingestible poison, though.
Well, you do how you want, bro.
Well, I mean, if your name is Buffalo Bill, I guess so. Yeah.
Well, I was talking about smooching, but okay, you guys can be. Anyways,
It's
I
so
really can't
weird
think
that
of.
you consider smooching to be like the same thing as ingestion.
Well, there's swap and spit.
Still not ingestion, bro. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's not get caught up on semantics.
Yeah.
No, basically, the big difference in this game outside of the setting is that the characters are different than in AD&D. Like instead of playing a fighter magic user, you play a warlock, and then you pick which field of magic the warlock is interested in, like necromancy or whatever, right? And
I
that
remember you talking about that Friday, I think.
specific kind of. So warlock that goes into necromancy is called a death soldier, and yeah, they wear armor, they have shields and swords and whatever, but they can also use necromantic power, which sometimes is really good. Like locate corpse, that could be a good spell. If one of your buddies got killed and drug off by something, and you need to find the body to try and resurrect it, I mean,
Or
then
just-
locate corpse is
Or
good.
just recover equipment, or to find out what happened to them. Someone's missing, and you try
Anyone
to.
who ever played old school EverQuest knows what I'm talking about. Anyone who's ever been killed and their corpse was like deep into the layer of Nagafen, and you had to beg like a higher level necromancer to like locate and then summon your corpse, because if you didn't get your corpse back within a certain period of time,
Mhm.
it would disintegrate away, including all of your items and everything, and you would just be a buck naked barbarian hanging out. Not cool. So yes, necromancers were actually, in a way, they did a good thing.
Hey, hold on a second. I got to get some water. I'm dying here. Space.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, corpse recovery was like the shit, right? Like if you accidentally lagged, because on the original variant servers, lag was a thing, and you accidentally lagged into like a big pool of lava. So your body's in the lava, but there's no way you could possibly get your body, because if you get in the lava, you're just going to die, right? So the necromancer shows up and summons your corpse out of the lava, and then you can get all your gear and everything off of your corpse. Plus, it gives you a refund of XP, because in original EverQuest, every time you died, you lost XP. For real. So if you got into a really bad group and chain died a lot, you could de-level. Hungar could tell you about that, since we had a buddy named Adam, and Adam had a level 50 necromancer, and Hungar asked if he could play the necromancer just to see what it was like. And Adam, being a nice, naive kid, said, yeah, sure. And then Hungar ran him into the middle of Freeport and got him killed. And rather than summoning the corpse, he didn't know how to play necromancer. He kept running back and trying to sneak up to get his corpse back and getting killed. And he got killed so much that when Adam got home from work and logged on, his character was level 49. He was pissed, and he never let Haas use his character ever again. So that's a lesson for you. Never let Haas use your character or car, because if you let him use your car, he will wreck it. It will be destroyed by the time he's done. So yeah, no characters, no cars. All of that said, that was the best era to play EverQuest ever. The old school EQ, man. So fun. Hanging out in the tunnel between Desert of Roe and the East Commons, trying to sell items. And back then, they didn't have like an automatic merchant thing. You literally had to stand there and call out what you had to sell and how much you wanted for it, and hope that somebody interested in it might wander by and be like, yeah, I want that. Back when no item in the game had a level requirement. So if you were friends with a level 50 necromancer, he could farm up a Worm Slayer or a short sword of Yakisha and give it to your level 3 barbarian. And then you're just running around whacking like everything because you're freaking twinked. But then all the other players cry to the staff at Variant about how it's unfair, and then they nerf your shit. Yeah.
It's a tale as old as time.
Tale as old as time. And I've never understood in any role-playing game the idea that some piece of equipment requires your character to be a certain level or you can't use it. I hate that. You know what? You know who else did that? Starfinder. And that's a tabletop role-playing game. But in Starfinder, if you want to use some of the really good laser rifles and shit, you got to be a certain level. And it's like, how does a laser rifle know what character level you are? How's that make sense? That doesn't make sense. That sounds like a really badly designed game. And guess what? It is. It's a really badly designed game.
Yeah, I still have, like, I bought a big collection from somebody, and it came with a crap ton of that stuff. I still can't get rid of it. This was like 3 years ago. The core book, a bunch of standees, a bunch of maps, and other books. Nobody
because
wants
it's trash. It's a trash game. It's a trash game based on a trash game.
You know, when I read about it, I thought, you know what, this might be the game for me. You know, I like a lot of the mixing and blah blah blah. And I looked at it and went, oh god,
Exactly, same here. When I
yeah,
first got it, I thought this could be badass. You know, it's a mix of fantasy, but it's actually sci-fi. You could play an elf warrior with a laser rifle and power armor, whatever. And then I
Yeah,
read the actual rules, and I was like, "You've got to be effing kidding me!"
see, for me, it was the setting that did me in on that one because it was just like, wait a minute, it's our solar system effectively. Why? First of all, why is there a fucking solar system? Why are you trying to make Pathfinder Traveler when you could have been making your version of Spelljammer, which we've all been fucking ape shit for? You know what I mean?
what'd you think
God,
about
I
this?
hate when they never checked it out. I've heard about it, never looked at it.
It's got a lot of cool stuff, but it's also it's kind of leans into that uh Warhammer 40K, elves, dwarves, dragons, all in space, but it's too close to Spelljammer in the way it does it. But there's a lot of great stuff in here, and every once in a while, I look at it and go, okay, I could use that. But for the most part, this is another one of those things where I thought it would be for me, and it wasn't.
Well, I can tell you one thing. There are kind of elves in the Traveler Third Imperium.
Mhm.
They're called Darians.
Right.
And
I
they
remember that.
had a massively wonderful civilization until they unleashed either an experiment or a weapon that destroyed a star. And it completely wiped out their entire empire. And now they exist as a small, maybe 2 or 3 worlds that are pretty much a client state to Third Imperium.
Palladium had a race. I forget what they were called, and they were the closest thing to what I would want as a starfaring race of elves without all the hippie shit. You know what I mean? Because that just kind of I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way. I'll look them up, but they're kind of
What
interesting.
hippie shit is it that you speak, sir?
The tree hugging, the nature stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, the Darien are artists and stuff, but they're not like that.
Right.
But an interesting thing about them, I thought, and I don't know why somebody decided this was a thing about the Darians, but the way their hips are designed, their feet face forward. So if you were tracking a Darien, its feet would be exactly the same distance apart and both facing forward. Whereas if you look at human tracks, our feet tend to,
Wiggle.
yeah, be
Rotate.
you're either pigeon-toed or you're splay-footed or whatever, right? Yeah, and it has to do with the fact that their hips are different. And they said it had something to do with like the way they give birth and stuff. I mean, they can reproduce with humans, but I guess
Yeah, that's kind of another thing that I find highly
they're basically just humans that were on this world and evolved to become Darians. Because the one thing you got to remember, Von Shadow, you should know this, is the whole point of the Shadow universe is that the ancients, which were a bunch of lizard type things,
love that
they
trope.
took humans off of Earth and just scattered them all over the whole damn galaxy.
Yeah, I when I do that, I kind of tend to want to do it the opposite, where they grab them from somewhere, and Earth was just one of the many places. Trying to make Earth, the center of the galaxy. Nice.
Remember when you were telling me the other day, maybe I should try painting some of my deep ones like a blue color?
Yep.
Well, I have the Vallejo Express Caribbean blue.
It's all it's all about this, man. If you learn the color wheel, it opens up a lot of doors for you.
I don't want doors opened.
Color theory is not
the
for
door is
everybody.
completely closed. But
you
anyway,
didn't,
so I painted up some of my big deep ones in Caribbean blue, and I thought, Shadow was right. Those guys actually do look kind of cool. I mean,
and then
the
you
green
just throw
ones
a dry
look cool,
brush of
but the blue
green.
ones look cool. They all kind of look cool.
I tend to I do that a lot with anything that's aquatic. I'll start with a blue and then bring it up with green, so the blues in the cracks and the crevices, so it just looks like maybe it looks like they're wet, or something like that. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call.
Mm-hmm. I had something on my mind, and it completely decided to hide behind some other thing on my mind,
It happens.
and now I don't remember what the first thing was. But yeah, the weird alien kind of whatever deep ones look pretty good. I was looking for a movie last night, and no matter what I tried, I went to IMDb. I don't remember the name of this movie, but in this movie, it was either a Russian or Norwegian ship that was like using radar or something to look at the bottom of the ocean because they're looking for oil. And eventually they found basically elder things and a big door, and like a Shoggoth come out and destroyed the ship. And that was the end of the show.
Don't know it.
And I wanted to see it again, except I can't remember the name of it.
Sounds cool.
And it was I think it's kind of a B movie, though, one of those Lovecraftian type movies that somebody on a shoestring budget made just cause. But the graphics, the effects and stuff on it were really good, actually. They were pretty good. So, yeah, I'm a little bit like, what was the name of that show? It's weird how some movies, like, you can't get away from, and other movies you can never find. One of them that comes to mind to me is Near Dawn or Near Dusk or whatever.
Near Dark?
Yeah, the one with Paxton as the crazy.
Yeah.
It's
basically the Sabat Pack movie.
You can almost never find that freaking movie on streaming. It's like they just decided, hey, I know you guys really liked everybody in the movie, but yeah, we're just not going to let you see it anymore. And I don't understand, because it had great actors and they all did a great job. And it's a good movie. It's actually like, I mean, they're not vampires the way we understand vampires necessarily, but they are, but whatever.
That was just the weirdest thing. Sorry.
Bill Paxton was so good in that movie. And who was the guy that played the main vampire? Hendrickson or something like that?
What movie?
Henriksen.
Near Dark.
Oh, I have not seen it.
Yeah, hardly anybody has, because for some reason
the greatest vampire movie where the word vampire is never used.
They never use that word in the movie.
Never. And the vampires don't go and their faces get all monstrous. No, they're just really fucking disturbingly violent people. But you also sort of understand how they're like. You should watch the movie. Shop.
What was the vampire movie with what's his name from what the hell is that other movie? Oh my god, I can't believe Evander.
Wow, you're like one of my customers when I worked at the video store. Who's that movie with the guy that's from that other movie? The one with the hair.
I got it.
Like in Clerks. Hey, do you got?
He was in Event Horizon, and it's like a vampire movie where they're like, I guess, harvesting people in the future.
The Daywalker, something like that.
No. His name's Sam Neill or Neil Harris or something like that. I don't know.
Well, the one guy you might be talking about that was in Event Horizon, and he was also in Mouth of Madness.
Sam Neill.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been in a ton of stuff.
But yeah, it was
Yeah,
really
maybe.
like very corporate and like organized in the future where they're
Isn't
draining.
Ethan Hawke in it?
I
I
don't know. I've
think
never
it's
seen
the
it.
one with Ethan Hawke in it, Bear. I think that's where he's going.
Yeah, it looked
Yeah,
interesting, but I never saw it.
Where like everyone had become a vampire and they were
Yeah.
starting to like basically starve because
Yeah.
they were eating all the humans all the time.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think that was it. Okay. Was it any good?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean,
Okay.
you know, it's not a movie I added to my list of movies that I watch all the time.
Because I always thought that would be
But
like
it's
a
all right.
great, that would be like a great kind of world for a traveler crew to like accidentally bump into and figure it out, and then
Land
like
on a world where there's a disease that makes all the humans on the world want to drink blood.
yeah, and they're all nice to you when you get there, and then you find out when you wake up in your hotel room, you got funny little pin bricks and shit.
Like in Radioactive Dreams, when the two guys from the vault make it into Edge City, like one of the gangs that runs part of Edge City, they're like total like hippies, and their leader's like a Charlie Manson type cult type guy, and he bites one of the vault guys, and he starts going off about no radiation, no chemical poisons, no pollution. Do you know how much money this guy's meat is going to sell for? And the guy's like, what? He's like, oh, yeah, man. I didn't know if you knew this, bro, but we're all cannibals here. And you're a piggy. Oink, 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 little piggy, and all this shit. And it's like, Radioactive Dreams. You can watch it absolutely for free on YouTube.
All right. That sounds really, really creepy.
It's actually more of a comedy, but there's
Okay.
stuff that happens.
Well, I am looking for radioactive themed stuff for B&B next year.
Well, what happens in Radioactive Dreams? I've already explained this probably to you, but I will repeat myself because I like to hear my own voice. Pretty much, these kids do the whole Fallout thing and get locked in a shelter. And it takes them forever to get out of the shelter. So by the time they get out of the shelter, they're like 20-ish, right? And the only books they had in the shelter the whole time they were in it were old detective novels. So we're talking about Philip Marlowe and the Jade Falcon and all that kind of shit, right?
Raymond Chandler, that sort of thing.
So they think that's just the way it is, right? So when they get out, they're literally...
Is it weird that I'm picturing Hank and Dean Venture as the kids?
Might as well. One of them
might as well be, but it's better than that.
No, I mean, I'm
just goofy and
that's just where my brain
all the
is
time,
going.
and the other's like super serious all the time.
The goofy one, by the way, is played by Michael Dudikoff.
Yeah, Michael Dudikoff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it's that old?
It's from the early 80s, mid-early 80s,
Yeah.
but it's really good. It's weird. It's low budget as fuck, and good luck finding a good copy online because I've never found... The only copy I ever found was on fucking YouTube. There's someone did a VHS upload of it.
Right.
Okay.
So you can watch it on YouTube at least.
Do you think they could ever pull off a live action Venture Brothers?
Yeah.
Yeah, they could. I
want
just
them
don't know
to.
why they would.
Well, because in
I wouldn't
30
want
years
them
they
to.
will. It's just like everything, long after we're gone, someone will go, hey, let's do this. Like they did with all the Disney movies that never needed it.
Well, I can tell you what. I hope not.
Me too. But, I could see it being a no-brainer for a production company going, hey, look what we just acquired. Let's do it.
I mean, all you need is a really big blonde dude. That's Brock. And then, really, the casting is a no-brainer. So yeah, I don't see how that would be a problem at all. It's just in my mind, it's one of these, but why? You know,
Right. Well,
But why?
dude,
Why?
I did.
Why?
I just saw
Why?
I
like
just
that
saw
feature, I love that.
a video called "Careless Whispers," where they did Anakin and young Obi-Wan as gay lovers. So
Careless Whispers, that's a song, isn't it?
yeah, I know they did a music video of it, and I thought it was going to be something different, and I clicked on it, and I'm like, what the hell? Yeah,
Ew, brother.
I know,
Ew.
right? Right.
Yeah.
But I'm going to share it with you guys, just because
I like the Nigerian guy. So welcome to the show. Anyway, why are you gay? It's like,
I don't know.
you never saw that interview, the Nigerian
Oh,
guy
totally,
on
totally.
the
I've seen it
news?
a couple of
And he's
times.
just like, but why are you gay?
I gotta go, guys. I'll see
See
you
ya.
both later.
Take care. I think James is going to be
Off
shut
grid,
down.
what's up? Well, I
Hey,
will
what's
be
up, Off
leaving
Grid?
in
Ready
a
for some
minute,
D&D?
but whenever.
Cal
But
is not going to be a happy camper off grid. He's not going to be a happy camper.
Easy Living, that was a good song too. Yeah, Easy Living.
What's up, Coco?
But poison that wine and take that pearl, which apparently back in those days, to take that pearl had something to do with the female clitoris. So yeah,
I'm seeing a little bit off grid.
yeah, it had something to do with a woman's clitoris. They called it the pearl. So
And in Japan, I think they call it the charm spot.
look, once a year, all the Japanese men put on their best tidy whities and run out in the street and try to climb a giant oiled dick. So I'm not using the Japanese as like an example of how anything should be done. You know? And
Wow.
and you know what's even more crazy is while they're out there climbing their giant dick, right? Because whoever can get to the top and be up there wins the dick festival. They're selling numerous dick-shaped treats to all the kids and ladies that are watching the dick climbing festival.
Wow.
So you've got like these women sitting there, like, you know,
Laughing their asses off.
dick-shaped freaking
Laughing their asses off at what freaking what
while the
thirsty
men are like
dudes.
climbing up a giant dick, wearing nothing but headbands and underwear because Japan.
Yeah, hard pass.
That is, I mean, I don't know though. It could be fun. You know,
Maybe when we were younger, but now
oh no, as a 54-year-old man, I'm probably not climbing up any giant dicks.
well, even
But-
as a young man, I'm not doing that. But
But
I
I'm
can
not
see how
like
it would be.
judging them. I mean, it's just something they do, and supposedly it's like a fertility rite from.
I
Like,
could see it being funny, but it's not something I'm going to participate in. Just hard pass. I got anything better to do.
yeah, it has something to do with fertility.
Yeah, they really need Jesus, don't they?
Yeah, I would say, but yeah, they have a lot of Jesus in Japan. Believe it or not, a lot of Japanese people are Christians.
I know.
Lots of them, and
You
a
never
lot
have
of
enough.
those are Orthodox specifically.
Yeah.
But I mean, come on, man. If they want to climb up a giant penis, I mean, what, you're going to tell them no? That seems.
No, I'm not going to tell them anything. I'm just going to point and laugh.
I mean, that seems like a dick move to me. You know.
So does climbing the giant penis.
Well, climbing the giant penis, that's more of a dick move for sure, since it literally does include a dick. But, you know, they do lots of weird shit. Like when you go to a bathhouse, there's a shower room at the bathhouse, and it is considered incredibly rude and barbaric to get into the bath without taking a shower first. And the baths, which are gigantic wooden steam baths, are co-ed and family friendly. So
Yeah, I know, that's all. That's weird. But we've got the same thing like here at the public swimming pool. You've got to go and shower before you get into the pool. I mean, you could literally show up at the swimming pool freaking wet from just because I live, a block away. I could literally take a shower at home, show up with my hair still wet, and they're like, "Hit the shower." Like, whatever, you freaking weirdos.
see, what's weird is you're going to take a shower to get all cleaned up to get into the public pool. And you and I both know that as soon as you get in there, you're automatically just covered with urine.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, really? This is what it is.
Just like the water parks out here, they're just chock full of little kids who don't know any better, and you just know you hit the lazy river, and it might as well have a freaking half a dozen urinal cakes just floating around. Just saying.
Yeah. That's why I don't go to water parks.
I don't know. It gets pretty hot out here, so every once in a while when we go, I'll do a couple of water slides and then spend the rest of the afternoon just freaking hanging out in a giant inner tube, just freaking wishing I was drunk or something.
And I don't go to water parks. Ever. There's two things that most people in the world do and that I don't. Actually, there's probably a lot of things.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I was
the
going
two
to say.
main things are I never go to water parks ever under any circumstances. And the second thing is I never eat at buffets.
Really? What's wrong with buffets?
I feel like they promote gluttony, and I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, they do. Especially these days, I've seen people just really. That's why they don't have them anymore for the most part here.
Oh, we
But
got them all over the damn place.
we can't. It's unsustainable because you will get those people who can't walk in their little rascals. That they're just flowing over, and they'll just 6-8 plates of food. My family was really good about it, except the orange chicken. I could literally eat orange chicken all day and never get full.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, I freaking love orange chicken. The ribs
My
were really good
favorite
too.
chicken Japanese dish is cashew nut chicken.
Never had it. I do miss the old fashioned, sweet and sour chicken with the plum sauce. You can't find that to save your life out here. I don't know why.
Yeah, me neither, because I mean, I could order that shit right now and it'd be here in no time.
None of the buffets stopped carrying it. All the Chinese restaurants stopped carrying it. I have not seen it in like 25 years.
But I typically don't order sweet and sour chicken. I typically order sweet and sour pork.
I've never tried that either.
Well, if we're talking about the same thing, right? We're talking about nuggets of meat fried in like a tempura thing, and then they give you the red sauce that's kind of sweet that goes with it, right? And
Yeah.
you can dip it.
And traditionally it's served with carrots, sliced onions, and sometimes pineapple.
Right.
I
Yeah, we got it. Chicken and pork. I ordered
haven't
the
seen-
pork because I love pork is one of my favorite things.
Same here. Same here. As a matter of fact, I've got 6 pounds of ham left over from Thanksgiving that I know is just going to end up going bad.
Oh God.
I've been eating, a little bit here and there, but we were going to order something else for Thanksgiving, and they were out, so we opted for the ham. And Jackie's not a big ham eater. His grandmother will eat that all day. His mom can't have it. I can only have so much before I'm like, okay, I'm kind of done. However, my dog's going to eat like a king for the rest of the week. Just saying.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Your goodest boy's gonna get a treat.
Mhm.
That's awesome. I was just gonna suggest, take a chunk of that ham, maybe if it's got bone, that part, and throw it in a pot with some pinto beans and onions and stuff, and just let it slow cook all day till that ham just falls off that bone. Oh my goodness. And then if you know how to make good cornbread, not that sweet shit that Yankees eat, but like real cornbread. Ah,
I've only had cornbread like 2 or 3 times in my whole life, other than like Hush Puppies, which
Hush Puppies, Daddy.
those are
Boy,
pretty good.
remind me when I get home to smack your mama. You remember that?
No, I don't.
Oh, that was Smokey and the Bandit. And that was a line from Buford T. Justice.
I have not seen that movie.
They
in,
stopped
like,
at a
40
restaurant to order something, and Buford asks the sheriff, asks his son what he wants, and the son's like, "Hush puppies, daddy," and the dad's just like, "Boy, you are so stupid. Remind me when I get home to smack your mom right in the mouth." And the kid's just like, "Okay," you know.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't seen that movie in like 40 years.
Of course, that was Jackie Gleason, you know, being Jackie Gleason and chasing Burt Reynolds around, and Burt Reynolds acting as Burt Reynolds, so that worked out for him. It's really good when you can get an acting job where literally
Just be yourself.
your whole role is just to be you. You know, just show up in a cowboy hat with a Trans Am and be like, "Ha ha, I'm taking this Coors beer to Georgia," because apparently back then beer that had an alcohol content higher than like 2.2 was illegal. And Coors, the banquet of beer, always was like 4% or something. You know, that is the whole point of the show, right? That is the whole point.
Like I said, it's been 40 years or more since I've seen that.
Yeah, and I'm not judging you, but can you believe that is the whole stupid point of the whole stupid show?
Yeah, I can believe it. I was just saying, every time I think of it,
But
every time I think
Burt
of that
Reynolds
movie,
and his buddy have to drive from Georgia to Colorado to fill up the tractor trailer with Coors beer and then get it back in time for a party that some rich dude is throwing. And yeah, that's just pretty much kind of what's going on there.
it always every time I think of that movie, I end up thinking of the season of Archer. I love that show.
I ordered a 32 millimeter figure of Cheryl dressed up like she was in Archer.
She was an hysterical character. She was just so. But they all were. Pam was an amazing character. You know what I mean?
Oh, Pam was great. And she's sitting there being like, "I don't know what's going on. All these guys in these bathrooms are wanting me to snowball them." Oh my God.
Fucking disgusting, but yeah.
Well, that's Pam, though.
No, I mean the guys. But yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that's Pam. Pam is always the one involved with the most effed up shit. Like when she
Cheryl was pretty messed up too, you know. That whole, you know,
Cheryl's messed up because she don't know who she is.
Well,
and she's crazy.
Certifiable.
Pam
is just
Pam is just out there doing it.
She's crazy in the wild girl way, you know. And then when she gets, you know, all skinny from all the cocaine,
doing all the cocaine, then her and Archer start like banging all the time. But I mean, her and Archer were banging before she got skinny from the cocaine, though.
Yep.
Like, and Pam is probably Archer's best friend.
Yep.
Out of all the people he works with, him and Pam.
She was actually like a kind of a like, I almost wish I knew someone like her who wouldn't be banging her, but you know, or maybe I have known a couple people like her. Maybe that's why I like her. Now I think about it. The most obnoxious character was Lana. I couldn't stand her.
Well, because Lana was one of those knows better than everyone else. You know, we got to save the environment. She was just super left on everything.
Yeah.
Save the environment, blah, blah, blah. But the problem with Lana, as she showed in the show, is that when it really come down to it, she was 100% a sellout. 100%. She was going to sell out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially trying to become the leader of the organization and all that.
Yeah.
I just couldn't stand her. I was like, just no. And Tech Nines, Jesus Christ, the worst gun I've ever owned was a Tech 9.
Yeah, you couldn't pay me for one. I mean, if you gave me money to take a Tech 9, I would thank you for it. But then after you left, I would definitely sell it or throw it into a canal.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would assume that the only reason you gave it to me is it had bodies on it or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had one for a while, and I eventually sold it because it was just crap. Everything about it was crap. It looked cool, and it looked like it should have been a great idea, but the last forward magazine facing weapon that was any good as a handgun was the broom handle, and that was the last one.
Well, I think it's just a matter of why would you ever in a billion gazillion years use a Tech 9 if the option to use a MP5 or MP7 was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it was so, because of its shape, it made carrying the damn thing just ridiculously bulky and easy to spot. You know what I mean?
Or if you're a Yankee Doodle guy and you're into all the patriotism, you get a Mac 10.
I've had a
You
Mac
get
10.
that in 9 or 45.
45.
whatever you
Fuck yeah,
feel.
that's what I had, and it was a stellar weapon. I actually prefer the Uzi. I had one of those as well, and
The Uzi's outdated.
yeah, it is. But back in the day when my dad had his gun shop, I kid you not, one afternoon I was working the shop. UPS comes pulling up and drops off 50 of those fucking things at my dad's shop, and every one of them was out the door within a week.
Well, because a lot of people love them. There's a myth, a mystery to the Uzi. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so impressed.
I got to tell you though, since I had to do all the inspection and the cleaning, it is a fine weapon. If you in the way it was manufactured for field stripping it, you twist the barrel thing, you pull the slide behind
It's a
the
fine
sight.
weapon for the 1970s.
Yeah.
In the modern day, what you really want is an MP7. It's smaller, it's more accurate, fires a great round. It actually can be gotten in many rounds. It's the next evolution from HK of the MP5. The MP7, it almost looks like a pistol, but it's got a little fold down thing so you can grab it in front. But because it's that way, you can,
kind of like the Scorpion, or am I thinking something else?
No, because the magazine goes into the handle.
Okay.
And then it's got a little front grip. In a way, it's almost like the Glock 19 full auto, but the problem with the Glock 19 full auto is no one can control that.
Yeah.
So unless you're like 5 feet away, is dinner done?
Dinner's about ready. Yeah, give it a few minutes to cool off. We're having steak and spinach pinwheels, Brussels sprouts, and you're having a sweet potato.
Ooh, pinwheels, Brussels sprouts, and a sweet potato. Nice.
I just took everything out of the oven, give it a minute to cool down.
Well, I just turned around and saw you standing there looking at me, and it was kind of scary. My wife's a ninja. She creeps through the house. It really is amazing. Like, my man, watch me forget his name now because I thought about him. I love this guy too. He's always like, "You believe that? Really? Amazing." You know who I'm talking about now?
No, I don't. No. I'm sure I will when you mention his name, but at the moment, no.
God, he's the black dude that owns the talk show, and he's always inviting people on. And he uses amazing the way Southern grandmas use "Bless Your Heart." like he had Destiny on, and he was like just ripping Destiny a new ass about shit. And
Well,
every time Destiny would say something, he would just be like, "Huh, that is amazing." And it's because he was literally just fucking with him, you know what I mean? Then he had Pearl on, and
what's up,
what's
Cody?
up? You
Long
know,
time no
Cody?
see, man.
Yeah, he had Pearl on, and he was asking her why she ain't had no babies, and you know, because she's always talking about all that kind of stuff about women getting married and stuff, and so why hasn't she had any babies? Like, you know, and all that, and she's like, well, I just haven't met anybody, and he's like, well, you need to start looking around. Are you even looking around? And like he's giving her the whole line, right? And she's like, well, why are you so concerned with whether I have a baby or not? And he's like, because white people need to make more babies. And she's like, what? And he's like,
Oh,
if
yeah, we
white
do.
people don't make more babies, this whole country's going to fail. Now, bear in mind, this is a black dude who grew up sharecropping on a plantation in Mississippi.
Yeah, we're dangerously.
And he is like going off about all this crazy shit. I mean, and I was just sitting there, oh, my wife has put on one of my favorite movies. I can already tell. And if you're wondering what one of my favorite movies is that my wife put on, it is A Christmas Carol starring George C. Scott.
Really, that's a good movie.
I'm sorry for the loud.
No, I was sitting here saying this is going to be awesome. We're going to eat dinner and watch George C. Scott yell at people. My second favorite Christmas movie is A Muppet Christmas Carol.
My favorite, Scrooged, and then Santa Claus is Coming to Town.
Scrooge is a number 3 for me. And the reason I love Muppet Christmas Carol so much is because that man, you know, Michael Caine, played in a whole movie with nothing but Muppets singing and running around and managed to come off as like super serious and shit. That's talent right there. You know what I mean?
Michael
When you're
Caine was
talking to a guy with his hand
actor.
up a Muppet's ass and you're like maintaining it, you know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sure the outtakes are probably just as good as the movie. To be
Oh, I'm
honest,
sure. Plus, I like Michael Caine. He's in one of my favorite movies to watch sometimes, which is Zulu Dawn.
I don't think I've seen that one.
How? I'm not saying anything because I'm talking to Shadow. And I have to remind myself and remember to be like, you're talking to Shadow.
Yeah, I've never seen anything. Just
And
assume
Shadow
I've not-
doesn't understand anything about movies or anything. So you just got to let it go. You can't fight with Shadow. He was apparently raised a trust fund baby and spent all of his youth like going to like wonderful, beautiful places all around the world. And he just didn't have time to watch movies. And look, man,
We got half of that right.
we should
The
all be
trust
so
fund
lucky,
thing
is what I think. Like, literally, I wish I'd been that lucky that, you know, I could have spent the summer in Monaco instead of having to sit at home and watch Muppet Christmas Carol. But, you know, like that Russian chick I've been watching her videos lately says, some people are born with money and some people are born poor. But the good news is we're all going to die and no one will know the difference. So happy holidays.
It is incredibly accurate.
Yeah, that's just the Russian view of everything. Basically, we're all going to die soon, so you know, deal with it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so yeah, we're all going to die soon, so happy holidays. And I'm like, yeah, All right, makes sense. You know, I mean, it's not the nicest thing I ever heard, but yeah, makes sense. Eventually, we will all die. And when that time comes, how you were born and all that other stuff is simply not going to matter at all. Right, right.
Yeah.
So I am building some Valdor tank destroyers. That is basically, I don't know if you know, because I don't know what you know about anything. The Valdor tank destroyer is pretty much a Malkador battle tank
Mhm.
that they turned into a Stug. You know what a Stug is, right?
A what is?
A Stug or a Stug. The German Sturmgewand.
Okay.
A lot of times, I personally, when I used to play World War II games, I always liked the F8 model.
Hmm.
But, you know, some of the other models are good too. And it's pretty much a Panzer III, except they took the turret off and they slapped a 75, well, as the Germans would have called it, a 7.5 centimeter high velocity gun. So it pretty much looks like the bottom of the tank, no turret, and a gun sticking right out the front of that bitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the gun only had about a 5-degree rotation either way. So if you're trying to actually aim, you had to face the vehicle and then rely on that rotation for fine tuning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would think these vehicles were shit. They killed more Allied vehicles than any other thing the Germans owned. The Sturmgeschütz, which means storm gun.
Mm-hmm.
And like a big reason was because you could hide them anywhere. The profile on a Stug is so low. I mean, I think the roof of the Stug is about 4.5 feet tall. So literally you can hide it anywhere. And the second thing is the 7.5 high velocity gun they put on it had better armor penetration than the 88 millimeter they put on the Tiger. So it was kind of like this weird thing where, yeah, you know, you got your Tiger, you think that thing's so awesome and shit, but this 75 millimeter high velocity gun will go through any Allied tank, just in and out, just boom, done, right? And so they initially, the Stug was issued with a 7.5 centimeter howitzer, and it was supposed to support infantry. You know, so if the infantrymen ran into bunkers or some shit, they could, you know, get on the radio, bring the Stug up, kind of like we did in Iraq, you know, drop a couple HE rounds in and move on about your day, right? The Panzer III was supposed to be, first off, the numbers behind Panzers mean nothing as far as chronological order. A Panzer III did not come out before Panzer IV. They came out at the same time. But the Panzer IV was a support tank. The Panzer III was an anti-tank platform. So their main battle tank, really, right? But the problem with the Panzer III is the turret ring was not big enough to put a turret on it that could put a 75 millimeter gun. The biggest gun they could put on a Panzer III was a 50 mil gun. And as the war went on and they started encountering Russian, you know, KV-1s and shit like that, they quickly learned, you know,
They can work.
Yeah, right. They quickly learned they were in trouble. Shit was going down. It was not good. They better figure it out, right? So they took all of those extra hulls of Panzer IIIs they had that they couldn't upgrade for shit. And they just pulled the turret off, put a casement on top with a 70 millimeter gun running right down the front of it. And then the crew would sit in there and they were literally stacked on each other. because of how small the interior was. And who knew that it would become one of the deadliest German weapons of the whole war? And it was. I mean, this thing was an absolute beast, you know. And then they come out later with the the Sturmgeschütz H something, which a lot of people just call the Stu, Stuh. And again, that was a fire support weapon. The whole point of that was in urban combat, if there were enemies, say, hiding in a building or something like that, right? You could call the stew up, and it would drop some baloney on whoever was in that building. You know what I mean? Straighten them out a little bit, right?
A little.
Yeah. Because
Well, lay them out flat, you mean?
But of course, the problem was still that with the stew, the problem was it probably was not going to be able to take out an enemy tank. So the Stug. And I mean, so it's STUH, which means Sturmgeschütz something something howitzer, and Sturmgeschütz something something gun. And so that's kind of where you were with that, right? Now, the only reason I know as much as I know about this thing is bolt action and flames of war. And I will tell you right now, if you're not taking a Stug in your army and bolt action or flames of war, you're playing the Germans wrong. You need to just stop, go away. Like literally just whatever you think you're doing, you're not doing it right.
My old man would have loved that game.
Yeah. So you basically, yeah, you would take whatever.
Jackie 2, to be honest, but no time
your
for
old
it.
man more. So
Yeah, my dad was, I mean, he was all about WW2. He knew shit back in the 70s that, you know, it was unverifiable until, you know, almost today. You know what I mean?
right. Well, the thing that made the Stug so great was it was cheap to build because apparently one of the most expensive parts of a tank is the turret system.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So it don't have a turret, so who gives a shit? What's up, George? And then two, it had a
Yeah, I mean,
great
because you're
design.
essentially just building like a tractor, you know, if you don't have the turret.
Yeah, literally, you just pull the turret off of the top of a Panzer III and you put a casement on for a roof. And then if you want to get really crazy, you put a remote controlled MG42 on top that can be fired from within, you know, for defense, because the original Stugs did not have any sort of anti-infantry defense. So if Allied troops ran up on you, you were basically, you know, done, right?
Posed.
But yeah, you take your Stug and you just sit that joker like in a field or whatever behind some bushes and wait. And when you see the enemy armor at damn near, you know, 1,000 meters away, just boom. And it doesn't matter if it's a KV-1, a T-34, OBR-1 to OBR whatever, doesn't matter. Sherman, freaking the British stupid tanks they use, don't matter. That 7.5 centimeter would just freaking rip right through them. And yeah. The Allies literally hated those things because generally you never saw it until it fired.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, that profile
crew, when it fired, one of the guys in your platoon, one of those tanks was done.
Well, I'm guessing the howitzer, as you said, was mounted, you know, horizontally.
No, the howitzer was mounted sticking straight out of the front, just like the main gun.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, sticking straight out of the front, but it could elevate up, about 10 degrees or so, right? And left and right. So if you had a bunker in front of you, the STUH would come in. You could actually talk to it to tell it where the bunker is, and once it's seen it, it just roll around and aim at it. Boom. Okay. Anyway, Shadow, dinner is done. I'm out. Peace, everybody.
See you
Have a
tomorrow,
great
man.
one.